Yo.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Yeah. Thank you, Ash. I hope everybody's enjoying it. I honestly want to hear your honest thoughts on a twist of history. What are you feeling? What are you thinking? Where does it take you? Yeah, it's good to see you live, Richard. What's happening, dude? Share the beat. I want to rock with you. Sure, man. It's called Chilling Morning Mix, Volume 2. Chill vibes, slow morning. Okay, to be honest, how long was this in the works? It was a couple, like probably a few months, honestly. Both from like kind of working out the kinks to getting it recorded, and you know, it's a big team working on it as far as like research and fact checking and editing and all that kind of stuff, and just record, obviously the recording process, and then making edits, and then editing the actual audio and all that kind of stuff. It's, do I get any rest? Oh, I get plenty of rest, man. Honestly, YouTube's, I mean, overall, I mean, just being a recording person, Obama, is not a hard gig. Don't lose your delivery. Ballin is so high speed, he doesn't allow for the calming. I mean, I'm not going to lose my delivery because it's like two separate deliveries, right? You know what I mean? For the YouTube stuff. So like here, I do my spooky voice, and then there I'm like the worst friend you've ever, you know what I mean? So you're going to get a different delivery over on a twist of snistery. Congrats on Twister. I've heard Senor Ballin promoting in his, yeah, dude, it was awesome. Really thankful that he did the promotion, and hopefully you'll get to hear quite a few more. And I hope you've subscribed to Mr. Ballin over there yourself in the meantime. David Monroe, Glada, thank you for the 7. Appreciate you. And we did see a decent uptick in subscribers yesterday, so that was good too. He's not literally being transformed into Ballin via a teleportation accident gone wrong. Yeah, we're gonna fuse together. Colin, welcome back for 11 months, dude. Heading to Pennsylvania State Police Academy in 2 weeks. Won't have my phone for a while, and I miss your vids. I'm nervous but excited. Wish me luck. Good luck, Colin. Please stay safe, and don't be ashamed to call in backup no matter where you are. It's better to be safe than a hero, you know? Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, you know, I think it's gonna be a nice system we got going, you know? And at the end of the day, I just want to give you guys the best possible history podcast we can possibly have. And looking at the charts and stuff, we're hitting that like 17, like number 17, which is insane. So barring the NDA, but did Mr. B tell you how to get to Bell's Canyon? I'm not familiar, honestly. Is that where his compound is? Thank you, Darla. I appreciate that. It's very kind. What's this song? This is called Rufus Du Sol, On My Knees. Just in time for my homework to continue procrastinating. Yes, yes, yes. Dude, I'm the world's biggest procrastinator when it comes to anything. Sometimes you just get like analysis paralysis instead of just getting it done. Washington hiker story, Bell's Canyon. Oh, word, yeah. I don't know. I forget it. Everything blends together, honestly. Bales Canyon was a story he did earlier on his career, and running inside reference from Mr. B. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't think I've been let in on the inside memes yet. Every community has them, though. How's my weekend? It was good, though. Good weekend. Today was great. Got to spend some time with my buddy and his family. And it was nice because, like, his son's like 8, and he's a really talented baseball player. And so we just like went and played baseball, you know, catch and all sorts of stuff. And then went out to a field and just like did some batting practice, and he was just like cranking them, and it was awesome. I was just in the middle of listening to episode 2 of Twisted History, absolutely listening to Mr. Ballin, but a bit peeved he didn't mention your channel and give you a well-deserved flowers. Well, I think he will. We're still working out those sort of kinks and stuff, and I have no doubt that we'll get some more promotion as time goes on, for sure. Oh, Mia, I'm very sorry to hear that. Twisted History is sweet, bro. Don't spread yourself too thin. Nah, I'm good, man. You know, it's busy, but I like to stay busy, honestly, and being involved in more things, honestly, for me is like better than not, because it just gives me a certain sense of purpose, you know what I mean? It gives me something to look forward to, and it's a good time. Promo doesn't really work like that. It usually gets spread out, like No Sleep Podcast, but promoting Joel more too. What if we just flood our listeners with Joel promo? Yeah, I don't want it to be annoying for people, but you know, as you hear about new episodes coming out, like it'll just be like quick mentions, like our narrator from Let's Read podcast and the Let's Read YouTube channel. So it's going to be good. And he did pin my comment in the newest video, so that was nice, and it did help. We got some nice little jump in subs there, so that was good. You introduced me to my favorite podcast, Dating Detectives. Interesting. I don't even remember promoting that one, honestly. Who knows? Even though it doesn't really fit the theme of the podcast, I'd absolutely love if you read some overdramatic account of how Australia fought a war against emos in 1932. That would be fascinating, honestly. Also, let's just kick this off. I think everybody's here. We got some stories about bad friends. Naughty, not so good friends. Have you seen the new Final Destination movie? I haven't, no. Watched it the other day and peed your pants. Nice, dude. They have piss collectors at the movie theater. A little trough below everybody. But I do want to see it. I heard it was good. I've heard just cursory discussions that it's solid. So I do want to see it. I like the other ones. You're one of the longest running channels, eh? I don't know. I mean, I've been around for like 10 years at this point. But there's, you know, many other channels besides myself that have been going just as long, if not longer, you know. You just reconnect with an old friend. Nice, dude. Well, hopefully they're not like anybody in these stories here. Oh yeah, Mission Impossible. I need to see that too. Well, honestly, I've never actually seen any of the other. I've seen bits and pieces of the Mission Impossible movies, but maybe I should just watch them from beginning to end at some point. You're one of the longest running channels that's stuck to doing the same thing and evolving it the whole time. Oh, interesting. Oh, shoot. I don't know if you can hear that stupid thing in the background. 1 second. Sorry. My, the air conditioning thing was going, and it's really loud and annoying in the background, so I didn't want that being picked up. Like, that's a major achievement to me. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. I'm glad I've been able to stick with YouTube so long. It's kind of just become part of me at this point. The one annoying thing lately with YouTube is like my view. Hopefully the Mr. Ballin thing really helps to get viewership back and grow. But like my views have been dropping off by like 1 million in the past like month or so, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that like YouTube implemented some system where they inundate people with advertisements. I don't know if it's like to annoy them and make them want to get premium so they don't have to deal with it. But have you guys dealt with a shit ton of ads lately? Because I've been getting a number of like just negative comments about people like angry about it, and I know for a fact that is cutting in, because like a lot of the reasons you get views on YouTube is what's called suggested views, and it's like when your video meets a certain criteria of accomplishments or whatever, whether it's like, you know, retention or, you know, click-through rate or whatever it might be, it encourages the system to send the video out to like more people. But whenever your video is like inundated with ads like that are arbitrarily decided by like AI or fucking some other like terrible system, your viewership can drop off drastically. And I think YouTube is like essentially kicking itself in the ass, you know what I mean, or biting itself in the ass essentially by forcing these ads on everybody. And it's really fucking annoying because, you know, I end up in my opinion, I mean, it's speculative, but it feels like I'm losing views because of it, because I, you know, strategically pick advertisements to be placed at like certain intervals in a video, usually mostly before a video, and then like maybe 1 or 2 in between. But then, you know, people have been telling me it's like every fucking 4 minutes, and then even more so with like a live stream, which is just like I don't even run ads on live streams, you know. So it's just annoying as shit. I did reading up on other channels like this, and listeners were complaining about the same thing there too. So you were right. I mean, oh yeah, no worries. I don't know what. I've had subscriptions, but the other day I was listening to your show through YouTube at my girlfriend's house, and she does not have premium, and the ads were unbearable. It was relentless. Right, and you can imagine like that passes over to people wanting to like subscribe, people wanting to, you know, and I even get comments of people saying that I'm like, I have avarice or like unmitigated greed or something because there's so many ads. I'm like, bro, I don't control the ads. Like YouTube is literally just like pounding ads down people's fucking throat, and that shit is so annoying because it's clearly like ruining people's experience, and then they're not going to subscribe or stick around. So I don't know, something needs to fucking get fixed like ASAP, because it's kind of fucked right now. Colin Davis, thank you for the gifter too. Richard, welcome Richard. And Andrew Batts, welcome back for 14 months. Says, hey, sorry I'm late, what I missed? Not much, honestly. Gonna read some. You don't see commercials ever. I mean, maybe you have premium or maybe you have the ad block, but I don't know. So did you eventually realize how bloody fast you were reading things during the last live stream? Did the video itself sound different? Because other people were just saying it was like 0.4 times faster or something. I don't know. I mean, like if I get into, I mean, I'm really just doing my basic. Let me listen. I don't want to like overthink this shit, because you can send me into a fucking. I mean, the fact that the video is like 49 minutes too, right? And probably similar word count means that I probably didn't read that much faster. I don't know. I'm not going to overthink it. I think that's a stupid thing to hone in on. Oh, you don't actually watch the actual videos? Oh, man. Yeah, and I might have just been excited, I think, last time to like tell you guys about the podcast thing. I sounded like an auctioneer. Hey, worst friend I ever had, one a kid who called William. All right, fuck it. We're going to get going here. worst friend I ever had was a kid called William. I was kind of forced to be his friend, and we were put together at kindergarten because our moms were friends, and William decided that I was going to be his. I don't mean his friend, I mean his. You see, in his eyes, he owned me. I was a walking, talking, living, breathing toy for William's amusement. And what I mean by that is his favorite game was making me cry. We were like 5, and already William knew a dozen ways to pinch, prod, poke, and stab me. And his bullying never got noticed. He was the type who'd reach under the table and pinch you on the soft flesh of your thigh or flick the back of your ear with a rubber band. Because of William, I got a reputation as a crybaby, prone to bursting into tears over nothing. I was too scared of William to tell anyone that he was actually hurting me pretty consistently. Sometimes at recess... Valley Heart, what's up, dude? I watch from New Pipe plugin and I comment from Brave browser. I get 0 commercials. Okay. Yeah, well, it's just one of those things where, like, it's... I don't know. I hope people figure it out, but it's like the baseline experience on YouTube needs to be enjoyable for people, and like being inundated with ads shouldn't be any person's experience at all, especially if there's like a little bit of video and then an ad, a little bit of, you know what I mean? Like even a normal video doesn't have that many goddamn, like on television, or at least they pack them into a, but I don't know. I don't really understand this desire to like flood people's, maybe it's an issue. Maybe it's an actual YouTube side issue. I don't know. 2 years since I became a member. It's a long time, dude. Sometimes at recess, he'd make me go behind the school and choke me with my t-shirt collar until I puked. Other times, he'd do a... Other times, he would do this burn on my arm, and it felt like the skin was going to split. He'd pull my hair out. He'd just prod me with these pins that he had, and I was known as the clumsy kid who was always breaking his toys or tearing his clothes or tripping and crying. But no. Looking back, it was always William. I wish there was a twist that I could add here. And William was my imaginary friend, but he was very real. And this very real, very unpleasant torment continued throughout elementary school. There had been one blissful moment where William's family decided to move away because his stepdad got a promotion, but then that fell through and I was stuck with my bully and tormentor, and it seemed like it would last forever. The wildest part is that William also seemed to actually like me and enjoyed spending time with me. Over the years, he'd made sure that I had no other friends, so back then I guess I thought this kind of friendship was normal. Looking back now, it fills me with terror, but back then I genuinely thought William was my friend, and I convinced myself I enjoyed spending time with him in return. I'd invite him over to play most weekends, even though it would inevitably lead to my things getting broken or William somehow getting in trouble with my parents. Occasionally, we would play at William's house. His family was a lot richer than mine. William had a dog, an older sister, and a Nintendo. I don't get that many ads when I watch videos and I don't have premium. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just noticing an uptick of like comments where people are so frustrated with how many ads they're getting that in my opinion it has to be some type of glitch, you know what I mean? Like some type of issue. Regular ads are not that bad, but those goofy storyline ones are frustrating. If I'm trying to listen and go to sleep, then I have to skip. Storyline ones, I don't know what you mean. I remember hearing something that Mr. Nightmare or something had incorporated ads into like his stories, which would be really jarring and like obviously make the story not very immersive. What's up, sexy? Hello from the UK. They just want you to pay for premium. I mean, it makes sense too. It'd be a motivator to get rid of the annoying swarm of bees. His family was a lot richer than mine. William had a dog, an older sister, and a Nintendo. William would almost never let me play the Nintendo, but he'd let me watch, always promising that I would get... William would never let me play the Nintendo, but he'd let me watch, always promising that I could get the next turn until inevitably we ran out of time. Another thing William had was bunk beds, and this meant on the rare occasion we had a sleepover, it was usually at William's house. Somehow my childish mind would allow itself to be afraid of William at night, so I never wanted to sleep over at his, but occasionally I had no choice, because my parents were going away or something. Hey, oh wow, Roki with a 10 gifters to Ash Caston. Asmodeus 300, Lori Rice, Gerard Rollins, Slipknot, Starbase, Rachel Renecki, Janky Mouse, Jessica, Sheila Taylor, welcome friends. You now have access to bonus content. Be sure to thank Roki for that. Thank you, Roki. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you live? Honestly, at the end of the day, where you live, like if I had to just like pick up and move somewhere, it would be nice to be somewhere warm. But at the same time, even if it was warm all the time, if you didn't have like a social network to kind of like connect with or whatever, I don't think life is just going to get like better because you're in a place that's somehow considered nicer. Like it really comes down to just who your village, you know what I mean? Congrats being with Johnny. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you, dude. I find I get more ads when I'm actively looking at my phone, and I don't know how to explain that. Honestly, I know what you mean. I hate when I I genuinely do feel like they have some type of I don't even know, brain scan or some shit, because sometimes you just think of something and it's like, oh yeah, were you looking for this? So geographically, I don't know, let's think about all the places in the world. Canada seems kind of meh. Like I wouldn't want to live in a Canadian city, and nor would I want to live in the Canadian wilderness. The United States is a similar mixture. I don't know if I would want to live in any of the U.S. cities, nor would I want to live like just out in the boons completely. And then I don't really know if there's anywhere in South America that I would like guarantee want to live, just due to the various corruption that exists in most of the governments. The UK, maybe in like the more rural parts of the UK, perhaps. Definitely not the fucking cities. Europe, or the rest of Europe, there's not a lot of, I don't know, I think about the plague, you think about Russia, you think about Asia, oh yeah, didn't even think about Africa. I definitely wouldn't really want to live anywhere in Africa. And then I guess you get, every weeb's dream is like Japan or some shit. But even Japan, it's like, I don't even know if I would want to live there, because it's like, unless you're a native, it sounds like you're not like widely accepted as like a person there anyway. So it's like, at the end of the day, I think it's best for people to just stay where they're fucking at, near their family, near their friends they grew up around, whatever. Go to Iceland. I don't know. Yeah, vacations sound cool, but to like straight up live somewhere else, it just sounds miserable. Andrew with the 5 says, I get butter sock, but wouldn't lotion sock leave less residue and be easier to wash yourself up after using? It's a great point, honestly. We probably should evolve past the butter sock usage at this point, but I think it's part of a religious tradition, so we don't want to upset the gods. Canadian wilderness will become quite temperate once climate change makes most of the southern U.S. uninhabitable. Yeah, I love thinking about the end of the world. And I feel like we've been hearing about the end of the world, about climate change for fucking half a century at this point. New here, love your videos. Help me sleep better after leaving an abusive relationship. Can't subscribe for bonus, but I'm grateful for your voice relaxing me. Thank you, Natalie. I'm glad you're free from the abuse. How would I survive the end of the world? Oh, I'd be dead, dude. I'd be like everybody else, you know what I mean? I'd steal shit. I would run and hide. I'd sit in like one of those big like gutter holes that you see underneath like highways, just like I'd be sitting in like a drain pipe eating snacks that I just stole, like a fucking rat. That's pretty much me. You want me to change the climate? I can do it. I just gotta breathe real hard out of my mouth. What snacks? I don't know. I imagine it's like a big fucking bag of trail mix or some shit mixed, but for some reason there's cheese in there. I'm like, oh, there's cheese, but I'm just like covered in like blood and like mud. I'm a former flight attendant and have traveled across the country on Greyhound and Amtrak. You can come live with us by the river in Cincy during Armageddon. Is that where you're supposed to go? Is that where the fallout shelter is? I overwatched AGI warning last night and just lay there terrified and hopeless after a time. What's AGI warning? Roki with a 10 says, what happened when you randomly disappeared a few lives ago when you're supposed to be doing push-ups? Dude, my internet just went out. And I think it was speaking of climate change, I think it was the fucking sun. I think there was a big solar flare that shit on specifically just my router, nothing else. My router is very prone to solar flares. What's it like to hit 100,000 subscribers? I just hit 1.5 thousand for the first time and I feel like I'm on top of the world. It's pretty sweet, you know, because that's when you get your little trophy in the mail, you know, that you I think through YouTube Studio something will open that will allow you to like put your information in, and then they have like a third party thing that you just type your name or whatever. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. I guess you get used to it, you know, but it's definitely I guess at 100,000 subscribers, especially if your views are doing well and your channel's not dying or anything, especially if it happens pretty fast, because sometimes your first 1,000 I guess is pretty hard, but getting to 100,000, it might be a steady state process, but it also can be really meteoric sometimes too, if like the algorithmic gods smile upon thee, you know. Have I watched Severance? I haven't. No, I keep hearing about it. AGI is like the entity. What is it? A self-aware AI, but in my opinion, we aren't anywhere close to that, no matter how good modern AI seems. I mean, and at the end of the day, what even is a certain degree of sentience when it comes to AI, since it's just a language model mimicking things? Though if there was some sort of like hive mind of like various AIs that were some degree of threat, you know, I could see that being pretty concerning. Of course, I'm sure like you would just have no idea, because I heard somebody describe like every piece of like electronic whatever that's connected to a grid would essentially operate as like a synapse or like a finger of that AI, where it would just be like essentially aware of all things at once in like some strange godlike manner. But it's just a theory, a game theory. Nick Bryant, welcome back for 26 months. What's up, Joel? Haven't been on a Catch Live in a while. Well, welcome, my friend. Be sure to go check out A Twist of History. I can tell your quality changed since the last time I visited your live. I'm happy for your boss, man. I'm here for your long haul. Thanks, dude. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know, you know, I do hope, I mean, things are growing, like, obviously, but I feel like I started seeing, like, a uptick in, like, negative comments lately, and I'm just like, whatever. I'm just gonna like, someone got so, I want to read this comment. It was such a weird I mean, I'm not trying to put anybody on blast, and maybe like focusing on like the negative comments is like the dumbest thing you possibly can do. But it's hard not to, like, as a content creator, to like ruminate on those things, because they just seem to carry a lot more weight. I have to find it so I can read it. You know what? I'm not even going to read it. It's the stupidest thing ever. But it's just like they were so angry, and they were like, you know, calling me like a self-centered prick and all. You know, it's just like, what am I doing? Like, I'm fucking live streaming. Like, am I supposed to focus on someone else? I have nobody to play off of other than my like schizophrenic brain. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to? I don't know. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. We just stick to our guns, keep making the content, and don't care. How do you feel knowing some people can only sleep if we listen to your voice? It's cool. I'm glad I can help, you know what I mean? It means that something about the frequency of my voice sends you into la la land, and I think that's cool. It's just unfortunate, like, once you fall asleep, it gives me access to your dreams. So I will find you there. Do you ever think about brainwashing people when they sleep? I mean, that's usually what I do. My entire page is just an extension of MK Ultra. But that probably won't come out for quite a few years. It's like when I embalm someone and they say they look bad and look nothing like they did when they were alive. Like, yeah, they are dead. We are morticians, not magicians. That's true. But it would be funny if like, it's just like terrible, like just like putting lipstick on a pig. Like, what did you do? They're like swollen. You dreamt about me cradling you, like Jesus holding a lamb. What's my favorite whiskey? Oh, you know what it is. Le Peanut Butter. Has a good point. Negative attention seems to draw more focus on people, but that's why the ones that are insecure with themselves like to troll people online. That's true. I mean, I could only see, it was like weird. It was like such a strange and abstract projection of like the things they were mad about, because everything they said was lucid, but it wasn't accurate to like a grander picture of myself or even what I felt like I portray, you know? So it was just... And then, but it was funny too, because for some reason they mentioned about the ads, like saying that I had like such a degree of greed that I had the hubris to like run so many ads. I'm like, and I'm kind of thinking that's what happens, dude. That's what YouTube doesn't realize. When you force ads down people's throat that much, it makes them like irrationally angry, like road rage level anger. Because I get the same way. I'll say I'll bite somebody's head off if I get too many ads in a row. Deanne Wellen, welcome back, or welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. You will like and subscribe. You will obey the state and everything they tell you and go die in a silly war. Another thing William had was bunk beds. This meant on the rare occasion we had a sleepover, it was usually at William's house. Somehow my childish mind would allow itself to be afraid of William at night, so I never wanted to sleep over at his, but occasionally I had no choice because my parents were going away or something. My mom and William's mom were friends, like I said, so William's house was always the first choice if I had to stay overnight somewhere. We were 8 and 9 when this happened. I was the older of us by just a few months, and it was the middle of the night. When I slept over, William let me take that top bunk, and this seemed really exciting to me as someone who didn't have a bunk bed. But later I realized it was because William always slept on the bottom bunk because he was afraid of heights. I woke up to William tugging on my arm. He made me get out of bed and threw water in my face to wake me up in typical William fashion. And next, he told me we were going to the... And next, he told me we were going to the park. I knew we weren't supposed to go out in the middle of the night, especially not alone, but in this situation, who could say no to William? I didn't even have to say anything. He was already reaching to pinch me if I protested. It was around May, and pretty warm out, and I didn't mind it too much that William made me wear my pajamas to the park, even though he'd been allowed to dress. Oh my god, what is even happening? Sharon! Thank you for the 5 gifters. To Carol, MCM, Maeve, Siri, John Keller, and Blue Bonnet. Thank you, Sharon. Very kind. Am I a Gemini? I don't think so. I never was in the military, so. Been my son George, I think the last time I was in November. Any huge updates since then? Yeah, we're on the No Sleep podcast as a regular guest. We host a podcast on Mr. Ballin's network called A Twist of History, which is dope. And yeah, things are going good. Joel GPT. All right. Oh yeah, and that was one thing I noticed too, is that people were asking about the history podcast if I was AI, which kind of sucks, because like I really don't know how to like break the AI accusations outside of like the live streams. So I don't know, if you see anybody mention I'm AI, be sure to let them know. Actually, I know him. He's a super dude. I'm a full-time guest now. That's true. Hell yeah, dude. I get benefits and everything. Which equals 1 tea and crimpet. How did he reach out to me? Yeah, I got an email from his like team. I haven't spoken specifically to John B. Allen himself, though I'm sure he's a very nice guy. I've just like spoken to his, representation. You should try Ghost Hound Crete anime, by the way. It's done by Ghost in the Shell. Oh, okay, interesting. That's annoying as hell, though. You do great work, and people think AI is doing it. Yeah, I try not to sound AI. Like, and I even thought, like, for that podcast, I was, like, way more emotive. You know what I mean? So it would be, like, the AI concept would be less, likely. But I don't know. It is what it is. I'm trying my best not to be robotic. Roki, thank you for another 10 gifters. To Weave of K, Race, 1426, Joyce, Aaliyah, Exotic, Jeff Avila, Just Christiane, Coco, and Ali the Giraffe. Welcome, friends. Be sure to thank Roki for your access to bonus content. And Chris Johnston and Suze D, welcome. David Monroe Glada, thank you again for the 14 buccarinos. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. AI can't replicate the inflections. Yeah, it's definitely not at that point yet, but I don't know. Like once people started hearing AI and seeing it, it's one of those weird sort of like psychological things that messes with you where you just start to see AI in everything, which I almost feel like is like probably one of the most unhealthy things. You know what I mean? Like a really, really unhealthy thing for a society where they can't even believe their own eyes, what they're seeing. I feel like that's gonna in hearing, I feel like that's gonna mess with a lot of people. Someone has a B-day coming up. That's true, dude. What am I gonna do? Hopefully I get to wear a cool little hat and jump in a ball pit. Hey, Kraft, take care. Good to see you. I wonder if Mr. Nightmare uses AI. His videos always sound so monotone and robotic. I don't think so. I mean, he's always kind of sounded the same since the beginning, so... But I think he even cleared that up with some people that he wasn't AI. But I don't really have the energy to, like, make a post, you know what I mean? Am I gonna get drunk again? I don't think so. I don't really like drinking. I don't even know what I'm gonna do for my birthday. But I think we'll do something. Maybe we'll just play a game or... What's up, Gabriella? Day was good. Day was really good. I got yelled at for saying that a hyper-realistic, proven real photo of an action figure from a toy fair was AI, because I pointed out how it couldn't possibly be. I was right, but I don't know. We're in a weird spot right now where we've almost crossed the Rubicon. Not, you know what I mean, but we've reached that singularity soon here, and it won't be long. You think the AI could be a compliment? Dude, it sounds too perfect, has to be artificial. Well, I appreciate that too. I mean, that would make some sense. Can't tell you why I don't have Facebook or Instagram. I do have an Instagram. It's linked in all the videos. I mean, I guess I don't really use it for like posting that much other than like the exciting stuff. And I think I used to have a Facebook page for the Let's Read thing, but it was dead and I just like never got on it, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, that's gonna be insane. Whenever people accuse you of not even being human. Imagine that. Imagine talking to another person and you're like not even sure if they're like a synthetic person. A clanky. I woke up to William tugging on my arm. He made me get out of bed and threw water in my face to wake me up. This was typical William fashion. And next he told me we were going to the park. I knew we weren't supposed to go out in the middle of the night, especially not alone at that age, but I really couldn't say no to him. I didn't even have to say anything. He was already reaching to pinch me if I started to protest. Now this was in May and it was pretty warm out. I didn't mind it too much that Now this was around May and it was warm out. I didn't mind too much that William made me wear my pajamas to the park even though he'd been allowed to dress, and at least he let me wear shoes. Now at the park near William's house, there was a really tall jungle gym that William would never let us play because... What the fuck is... Will there be fat synths? I think they'll probably figure out how to like accrue mass onto a synthetic body. At the park near William's house, there was a really tall jungle gym that William never let us play on because he said it was gay. That night, though, it was the focus of his attention. "Climb to the top," he commanded me. Now, I should point out that this was a children's park in the 90s, so there was minimal lighting, and there was one lamp that made things barely visible, but nowhere near enough light to let us play safely on the equipment at night. William didn't care, though. He wanted me to climb to the top of that jungle gym, and by God, was he going to make me do it. Thankfully, I was a pretty agile kid, and the thought of climbing to the top didn't really bother me, even in the dark. Now I climbed up the netting and onto the top bars, knowing it was far easier than facing William's anger. And when I was at the top, William told me to do a handstand. Now, I say I was agile, but I wasn't Spider-Man. William could hurt me as much as he wanted to. I couldn't do something I couldn't do. He knew it, I guess, and because when I said no... Your synth is piddling on me. Giving me a bit of a piddle. Finally get your life, hope you're doing all... Hey, thanks Regina, good to see ya. There are already synths. They were called synthetic robotoids in the 60s. Look it up. Interesting. Do you think we're at the point where, honestly, I would not be surprised if people like Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk are I mean, honestly, like, would you not be surprised if like synthetic humanoid people exist within society and that they're in like very strong positions of power? Because their brains would move very quickly, and then they would just like, who knows, maybe they have no... Dude, maybe people like Elon and Zuckerberg have no idea that they're actually robots. But if you were to like do surgery on them and peel back their skin, you would see all the circuitry or at least the mimicry of what is considered human. I don't know. I feel like it's got to happen. Maybe, who knows? Who knows? But I guess at the same time, that would be one of those like top secret things. Like even more top secret than aliens. Like you could not let the public know that there are like fake droid people amongst you. Among us. I'd be surprised the technology would necessitate extremely advanced tech, like 800 years of tech advancements. Yeah, I guess it's hard. It would be difficult to quantify how far in advance your technology would have to be. But I guess I could see like pretty quick advancements occurring within some sort of R&D top secret area, you know what I mean? It would be it would be the type of technology that you would never reveal to the people until long into the future, whenever it's like an easier transition. And they could be programmed with false childhood memories. Yeah, exactly. Just so they stay consistent with their narratives. And then they would be easily programmed too to like do exactly what you needed. But then you could also gather information with them as well, you know? The brain is too complex. Yeah, who knows? I mean, I agree. The likelihood of it occurring is obviously not likely at all, but could you eat synths? You could try, I guess. What do you think of the sun? It almost had a solar flare aim at us. Well, I think solar flares happen all the time, right? And we're getting like bashed with them, with like radiation from the sun all the time, creating like geotectonic activity and interacting with our poles, you know, creating the northern lights and all that kind of stuff. So I guess it just depends on the size of said solar flare. I'm curious how the selection that happens on a soul level. Do we volunteer, or is this experience a prison that we cannot recognize? What if we become a little robot guy? Lynn, welcome back for 33 months. I was giving my king some scratches, a cup of lean, and a kiss for me each month I've been a member, so 33 more months. Oh, shit. Where is he? He is curled up behind the chair, behind me. I shall smooch him 33 times here. It's his birthday coming up, too. Me and him have the same birthday. Giving them too much credit. That's true. Maybe we're just not there. He knew it, I guess, because when I said no, he just shrugged and turned away. I lost sight of him in that darkness. And then, something hit me in the head, hard. Pain and light flashed before my eyes, and I stumbled backwards, which of course meant that I fell 12 feet to the ground. I slammed into the ground and just felt myself, for lack of a better words, break. I have no idea how else to describe it. It was like a sudden, sharp, cracking ping through my body, and then nothing. I could taste copper, though, and smell it, too. I could feel a wetness around my cheek. Was I crying already? No. I was bleeding from what I'd later discovered was a serious skull fracture. Skull fracture. Look what you did to Joel. This chat is bananas. Honestly, I think everybody's like secretly some sort of schizophrenic conspiracy theorist deep down. I think they should just accept it. We should stop demonizing people for having paranoid thoughts about the government. Because objectively speaking, they are in your walls and they are watching your every move. They are parked outside of your house right now. Let them in, let them in. Can I tell your baby MJ to settle down? MJ, you're raising a Michael Jordan reincarnate? Was I crying already? No. I was bleeding from what I'd later discover was a serious skull fracture. I tried crying out for help, but there was no sound coming out of my mouth. I just let out a few wet gasps. I couldn't even move my head or turn to look. And I heard William walking over to me, though, and then he sat down facing me. Why wasn't he getting help? And he proceeds to say, "See? This is what happens when you don't do what I say." Then my supposed best friend in the world went off on some rant about how I always needed to obey him because it would keep me safe, and that if I'd just done a handstand, I wouldn't have fallen off the climbing equipment. I remember him rocking back and forth a little as he talked, like he was just in complete shock. And at first I hoped that was the case, but the more he talked, the more I realized that he was just excited to see me broken, bleeding, and, as far as I knew at that time, dying. And that's when the pain kicked in. This sort of white-hot hotness throughout my whole body, so bad that I can't even recall how it felt if I tried. I remember feeling relief too. If my legs hurt so much, then I couldn't be paralyzed, right? I still couldn't move though, not at all. I was starting to swim in and out of consciousness. Meanwhile, William, 8 years old, let me remind you, kept lecturing me about how this was my fault, how I brought this on myself. And in that moment, I finally realized that William might actually, genuinely let me die. And nearly a whole hour later, that's how long William waited before going to get help, and I actually believe that he was hoping that I'd die so he somehow wouldn't get in trouble. But he didn't. He had no choice but to go and wake his mom and stepdad. I barely remember the paramedics finally getting there, or the trip to the hospital, or the immediate recovery. What I do remember is the relief that people believed me as soon as I told them everything. It all came out. This years of bullying and torment and torture, how William had forced me to climb up that jungle gym and then throw a rock at my head. The rock had hit me square in the temple and was consistent with that projectile, and I later found out that the doctors had already told my parents that it looked like someone had thrown a rock at me, so I guess they already suspected my friend. I'd suffered a broken arm, 2 broken legs, multiple fractured ribs and vertebrae. I required numerous surgeries and still kind of walk with a limp almost decades later. William's family was responsible for all my medical bills, and still I think my family would have given that kid the death penalty on top of it if they could have. He didn't get sued. Oops. Oh, wait. It sounds like Joel's underwater. He's testing his snorkel. Is my shit broken? Are you guys testing? Just dropped his phone in the shower. I sound fine. Oh. Wait, the mic sounded like it was underwater? Oh, okay. Okay. It happens sometimes where I like get in the zone. Oh, I just sound deeper. I am under the water. Help. I am under the water. I sound a little tired. I feel pretty good, honestly. Please help me. Am I away from my mic? No, I'm like pretty like right up on it. Do you think there's like, I mean, I don't know. You have to give me some specifics on what you're hearing. Taking a bath with my electronics? What do you mean? What happened? If you could scream into the mic to blast the water out of my speakers, that would be chill. Wait. Dude, I don't know what, I really can't. I hate troubleshooting midstream. That's why I kind of like despise streaming on YouTube sometimes, because there's so many like issues that people have, and it never seems to get like more efficient or better. Okay, whatever. We're moving on. He didn't get sent to juvie or anything, but his mom and stepdad sent him away to some kind of long-term behavioral camp for troubled kids, And apparently he was the youngest kid ever to get... And apparently he was the youngest kid ever to get sent there. A few years later, William wrote me an apology letter. I didn't even want to read it. My parents let me throw it on a bonfire, and I'm forever grateful to them that they didn't force me to accept his apology, because refusing to do so was an incredibly healing experience for me. I could have never believed his apology was genuine, not after having to lie there bleeding out on the ground after he lectured me about how my fault... Oops. Yeah, it's all good. If there's ever a way to troll me, it's with like tech issues. Just because I get so like OCD about it and I want it to be good. But it's not a funny troll. It's not even funny. Defurk. Judge Defurk. Top 5 sandwiches to buy. Oh, fuck. Number 1, turkey. A turkey sandwich. Number 2, meatball. Number 3, ham. Number 4, bacon, lettuce, tomato. Number 5, poop. You ever had a Sinner's sandwich? No, what's that? Sounds British. The best British food is the black goop sandwich. Ooh, banana sandwich. That does sound really good. Banana and peanut butter. Oh my god, bro. Has anyone noticed your voice in real life, Joel, if they picked up your Let's Read? Nah. I mean, people in real life, they know who I am, already. But it's like one of those things where they learn about it, I could have never believed his apology was genuine, not after having to lie there bleeding out on the ground as he lectured me about how my fall was my own fault. Now, I don't know what became of William, and I don't want to know. This is the first time I've talked about the experience in years, and to me, the best revenge on William is to treat him as an insignificant footnote. But, William, if by some chance you're also a Let's Read listener and you hear this, then I want you to know you suck. But, William, if by some chance you're also a Let's Read listener and you hear this, then I want you to know you almost killed me. I don't know. A Sinner sandwich is 4 slices spicy turkey, Cajun jerk or black pepper, 2 tablespoons strawberry jam, 2 tablespoons chocolate rice crispy cereal, butter for spreading. Sounds like someone was high as shit. They're like, dude, I got a fucking great idea. What if we take all of the food from my fridge and pantry and put them in a fucking sandwich, man? Does anyone in your real life know about the new podcast? Yeah, a lot of them do. They've listened to it. They say it sounds really good, and they're stoked, Stoked about the opportunity, stoked about the show. Because a lot, honestly, it's like a lot of people I know are more, they're not like super inclined to like listen to like me read scary stories. But if I'm like doing something a little bit more engaging, like history or whatever, with the amount of production value that goes into it, I think they might actually be more inclined to become fans, because it's kind of like watching a movie, I suppose, My mom's proud, yeah. Yeah, my mom was pretty stoked about it. She's cool. She's a cool cat. Am I going to match membership gifts tonight? I will, yeah. Just remind me how many we got. Do they still support me, though? Once I came out of the closet as a podcaster. Not my dad. No, my dad's excited too. But you know dads. Like, dads are excited for you, but they show their excitement for you in, like, more of a, like, nice, that's cool. And then that's it. You know what I mean? Like, my dad is the quintessential, like, thumb, like, you send him, like, something over text and you get, like, a thumbs up, you know? You get, or just, like, call me, or where are you? Are you winning, son? My parents ever join the live stream? I hope not, honestly. I don't think they would be, like, too honestly interested in me, like, twerking or saying anything fucking stupid. Do I have a personal account? Like, for what? Instagram? No, I just don't, you know what I mean? Like, I think when I created my Instagram, it was around the time I started my YouTube, and I was kind of late to the Instagram world. So I just, like, kind of, like, whatever, just use it on there. Roki with another 10 gifters. Holy shit, to Cinemy, Bentley, Via Bear-like, Finksy, Jacob Sandler, Spicy Vic, Eric, Violet Olive, Denny Rose, and this guy. Thank you. How old am I? I will be 30 motherfucking 5 literally next Wednesday. Not this Wednesday, but the next. Pretty freaking crazy. Oh, Roki, thank you again, man. I'm your Taylor Swift. Hell yeah, dude. 30, flirt, 30, and then you're 40, farty, and thriving. It is kind of weird to think, like, in 5 years' time, I'll be fucking 40. Like, that's gonna, like, I don't feel like I'll be that much different as long as I stay, like, I don't know. Yeah, I know. People say I sound young. A lot of people say I look young. And honestly, I feel young. And I think a lot of that comes down to, like, obviously doing YouTube's, like, not that stressful. And I work out, and I'm just, like, happy. You know, I'm a pretty happy guy. Honestly, hitting 40 gave you a new lease on life. It gave you a new lease on your BMW. Let's not think about age. That's true. Honestly, there's really no point in, like, ruminating on it too much. Just live your life, and who cares? I think it's the troll in my channel, as I use them to get them all the time. Oh, nice. Do you do this as your full-time job? Yipper. This is it, baby. And then, you know, podcast and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I'll be 6,535, but I barely feel a day over 4,000. A new lease on life, yeah. We are aware of that saying here in the old colonies. So lucky. Yeah. Why am I lucky? I guess I am honestly lucky. I was born with the voice and at the end of the day, it's like I had to translate the voice into, like, money, you know what I mean? But I think the biggest thing was the fact that I was just inclined towards creativity, which I'm sure a lot of you guys are too. So if you have any sort of inclination towards creativity in any way, you should just do it, you know what I mean, on the side or whatever for a while till you can, like, figure out through repetition, you know, how to monetize it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like luck is just keep going. Just don't give up. That's like, I mean, you look at, like, DJ Khaled. I used to think DJ Khaled was a joke, and he still technically is. But the fact that he's been around for so long, he clearly has a lot of influence. And really, at the end of the day, that's all you have to do is, like, work on something and try not to die. Like, if you can just, like, do something for 20 years and not die, you should have some decent momentum. What did I do before YouTube? I was in healthcare. I was a nurse. No longer. I was in college in 2007, and I had a buddy, we'll just call him Kieran. Now, I'd known Kieran since middle school, and he'd always been a bit of a weirdo. He also had to be alternative, but in a way that felt very forced, like he was being different for the sake of being rebellious and different. Like he'd get into metal and emo bands, but as soon as any of us liked them, then he'd call them crap. He had a raging hate boner for Metallica, who he saw as the biggest sellouts of all time, and he'd do weird performative stuff like buying Metallica posters just to tear them up. He had this story that he'd tell about buying a Metallica CD and wiping his butt with it. It was pretty stupid, right? Except he'd use this story to try to impress chicks, as if they'd find that sexy, as if they'd find it sexy that this... Okay. Ash, no worries, dude. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Life is strange, honestly. It comes and it goes and it comes and it goes. And you really only get like a short period of time. So you might as well just like jump on the treadmill and go, you know what I mean? Buying Metallica posters just to tear them up, but they're making money from him. Yeah, I know. He was a Tool fan. As if they'd find it sexy that this smelly metal kid with an infected eyebrow piercing had smeared feces. Alright. Sorry. As if they'd find... Sorry. Just a series of words I'm unfamiliar with. As if they'd find it sexy that this smelly metal kid with an infected eyebrow piercing had smeared feces on a Metallica CD. Like I said, he was an odd duck. I can't really explain why I stuck with Kieran. I guess it was more like he stuck to me and I didn't have the energy or drive to get him away from me. He was just there through middle school, high school, and then he was part of my group of loyal slackers who went to college in our hometown. And because of this, most of our little group either lived at home or, in the case of a few guys, in the case of a few of the guys, in a shared 3-bedroom apartment that had extremely questionable hygiene. This was no... Whose birthday is it? Mo Money? Oh, Mon Blues, whose birthday is it? For some reason I can't find it in the chat. Anyways, happy birthday. Oh, fuck. Yawn detected. Yeah, apparently when you yawn, you're actually releasing demons from inside of your body. I learned that recently. Yo, Mr. White. I like Metallica. This was known as Andy's apartment, and even though Andy just rented it with... Oh. This was known as Andy's apartment, even though Andy just rented it with 2 others. We were stoners and metalheads and slackers, but I like to think that we were all good guys and gals. Kieran really didn't live anywhere exactly. What? Oh. Say happy birthday without yawning. Happy birthday, Mon. Is it your birthday or Mo? I thought your birthday was last time, but either way, happy birthday. I used to think we release air when yawning, but it's actually us getting more oxygen for the brain to stay running. Oh, okay. I thought yawning was like, yeah, the release of CO2 or some shit. Did you hate being a nurse? Yeah, I did, honestly, but I've complained about that a lot. It was mainly just I didn't like my coworkers, and it was a really hard it's not the hardest job ever. Like, obviously there's so many different variations. Like, you could be like a flight nurse or some shit, or you could be someone in the ER. You could have a really pleasant job working up in a maternity unit, or what, you know. Honestly, the maternity nurses were always like the happiest, because I don't know, I think they would just like chill until eventually a baby was born, and then they sit there and like wipe the shit out of its face and ass and get to hold it while it, you know, rock it to sleep. Like, that sounds pretty chill. But yeah, it's, you know, just not my bag. I am a creatively inclined individual with a penchant for entrepreneurship, and that to me sounds much more satisfying than wiping ass. What got you through dealing with it for so long? I mean, it's not like it was like the end of the world. It was just like everyone else, like doing a job. You know, that's what I went to school for, and it was a good middle class sort of job. And I sort of would go to it and have some friends there at work, and then go to the gym and do social things when I could and stuff. You see me as a chef. I could be a chef. I do really enjoy working with food, and sort of was I a thought? Yeah, all the nurses threw me around like some piece of meat. No, they just used me to either restrain a patient or lift somebody up in bed. You hear male nurses are very thought-ish. I don't know. I always liked all the male nurses. They never really like whored around or anything like that. Yeah, most of them I knew like had like a family and a wife and all that kind of stuff. And they always had a good sense of humor, though. That's one thing I noticed with most male nurses, is like very few of them were just like jerks. I drew faces in the IV bags, so we had the coworker who didn't talk to him. Yeah, literally. I would always wear like a clown nose. I'd wear a red clown nose to every room I went into. Are you super buff? Then they were always using you for physical things. They were using me for my bulbous muscles. What's the most gruesome scene you've seen as a nurse? Just gross. I remember like there was, I don't know what the fuck, we had this one like surgery doctor who was just a fucking absolute butcher. Just an absolute fucking butcher. And I don't even remember what the fuck he did on somebody, but because their leg was technically still intact. And I don't know if he was like removing some degree of like infected tissue or like some piece of vasculature that was just like completely blocked up or some shit. But just imagine like some woman's entire leg from like up to their hip all the way down to their leg just like completely wrapped in gauze and other like ace bandage and shit, but it was just like soaking through with blood throughout the entire thing. And I feel like I don't know, it was just like the most abstract thing where it was like the surgeon didn't know what the fuck they were doing, so they just like kept tearing into different areas and then just like threw her back onto our floor with like as like a fucking bloodied pulp. I don't know, it's just disgusting. I don't even know what the purpose of what they were doing. And then some of the surgeons I hated, because they would just, you know, you get diabetes, right, and then some of your more distant areas from your heart where like the vascularity starts to like get hard, and then you lose blood flow to that area, and then you lose feeling because there's no blood flow to your nerves, and then basically it's like your toe becomes black and you have to cut your toe off. And there was just like so many surgeons who would like cut the toe off, and then they would cut like half of the foot off, and then they would cut like the full foot off, and then they would cut like up to the knee, below the knee amputation, then they would cut above the knee amputation, you know. And it was just like, bro, just fucking, like, it just seemed like they were doing everything possible to bill insurance companies, you know what I mean? And I fucking hated them for that, you know, because they were just like putting these people, like imagine going, like you had diabetes, right? and you just had to go in for that many surgeries, but all the doctor was doing was just like using you for a paycheck. Hey, thank you, Scotty. Appreciate you, dude. Let me know what you think about the episode. Hopefully it sounds good. Have you ever revived a deer? No. Oh my God, this is gonna sound bad, guys, but I just remembered earlier on my way, I was leaving my buddy's house to go to another friend's house, and on my way there, a fucking bunny rabbit. This is such a sad story, but a bunny rabbit ran out in the road, but it did one of those things where it came out of nowhere, but it like didn't know what to do, so it like ran backwards instantly, and my back tire fucking ran it over. I felt so bad. I should have got out and resuscitated that shit. That's how I feel about getting prescriptions from doctors. Yeah, man, they'll give you whatever. Hitsubasa with the 29. Luigi, question mark? Oh, is that the, like from Mario, or? Luigi Mangione, is he like out of jail or something? Luigi Mangione. Let's see, news. Accused DC shooter Elias Rodriguez reportedly posted death to America. Praised Luigi Mangione in unhinged post. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a good thing at all. I don't know. It's just this chaos. I don't like chaos. Most psychotic musical since Sweeney Todd. Wait. What about him? Something happened? Oh, right. The insurance. Sorry. I just put two and two together. I remember, yeah, that's why Luigi killed that guy, was because of the hells of insurance companies and stuff. And yes, I mean, that's present throughout like all of American healthcare, is just getting denied coverage, and then if you do get it, you know, just these doctors being motivated to essentially butcher people. I mean, there's so many like unfortunate. I mean, if you look back at COVID, right? COVID was also like one of those like abstract incentivizations of basically I remember like there was a hospital where it was like if you were labeled as having COVID and then you became an inpatient, the hospital was given by I think Medicare or Medicaid like $20-some thousand, and then if you died with COVID, so basically it was all came down to like the labeling and of the data essentially, which then incentivizes the doctors to like label things as like bringing a patient in and labeling it as COVID, or a patient dying of COVID. But I remember if they died of COVID, they got something like $40-some thousand to the hospital. It was I don't know. When you look back on it, it's like, oh, that doesn't seem like a very negative, you know what I mean? Like a negative feedback loop of, or maybe a positive feedback loop of incentivizing these doctors to sort of, I don't know, are they actually treating the patient well, or are they incentivized for the money and to increase data in a certain way or skew data in certain ways? And it was pretty fucked. You thought Luigi was caught on purpose. You did a video. When you say caught on purpose, do you mean like he turned himself in, or what do you mean? Well, that was the craziest thing too, is like all of that money that was going through the insurance companies to the hospital was like, wasn't that from like the major inflationary bills that got passed through Congress like super fast? So it's like, it all just seemed like the monetary incentivization systems that existed during the COVID time frame all sort of like trickled down from those like major bailouts essentially. And I don't know, now it's like things are however much times more expensive, and inflation, it just fucking sucks. It sucks that like COVID for the most part was like an economic ruse more so than actually caring about people's health. Kieran didn't really live anywhere exactly. He had loving, supportive parents, but didn't live anywhere exactly. We were stoners in the... Oh, okay, sorry. Kieran didn't really live anywhere exactly. He had loving, supportive parents, but chose to couch surf, crashing on someone's floor or my basement couch. He'd spent weeks at a time. Sleeping in the bathroom of Andy's apartment until one of them would get sick of him and kick him out. Then he'd do the rounds staying with me or one of the other guys until he was back begging Andy for room and board. And this all began when Kieran showed up at my place one night, sliding through the basement window at around 11. Sorry, I was expecting like a PM there. You need to pick up my EpiPens, but they're $250 each. Holy shit. I was curious though. I saw that are they trying to pass something, or did it pass, where essentially the cost of like certain pharmaceuticals were going to be based on like maximally limited to the cost of what pharmaceutical goods are in European countries? But I was like, I don't know. I was just curious, like how that all works, or if that's going to go through. Or am I vaccinated? Not for COVID, no. I just, like early on in the COVID thing, there was like a website that like showed you the data of it or whatever. And whenever I would do the math, which was basically just like taking like those who have been hospitalized, versus those who have not, or those who have had COVID, and then those who have been hospitalized once having COVID, the likelihood of my demographic being hospitalized after contracting COVID was something like 0.06% or something like that, right? So it was I was just like, I don't need this shot, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, whatever's in it, like the whole experience of COVID was just like such a strange and abstract, social phenomenon to me, that I was just like, I don't trust this shit at all, man. Fuck this. Did I wear a mask? I mean, I wore a mask where necessary, but I mean, it was like pretty clear to me early on that like, you weren't gonna mitigate catching something of that like small particulate or not. I mean, like with the mask, like you will, with certain ones, you can minimize the expulsion of like particulate from your mouth, but like as far as your ability to mitigate your inhalation of certain particulate, it really doesn't make next to any difference. So I was just like, I thought it was silly, but I mean, I still obeyed the rules just to like keep the peace and that kind of thing. I was fortunate that I didn't like, have any pressure from my employer or anything like that, because obviously YouTube is work from home and that kind of thing. You wore a mask outside once the camera stopped rolling. Yeah, it was kind of nice sometimes. You'd wear it and you'd have like sunglasses on, like a hat, and you pretend you're in a fucking spy movie or some shit. But I also thought it was just silly. You wore a mask religiously and caught it twice. I've worn it out since and haven't caught it again. I didn't get the vaccine either because of the lack of longevity research. I mean, yeah, it's quite concerning, especially since it's something that, because I remember very early on there was like, what was it? There was data out of Israel. I don't know if you guys saw this research, but it was like the effectiveness of the COVID-19 vaccine very early on in Israel, of like, there was something like 12, maybe 2 to 10 million participants of people who had gotten vaccinated, and the effectiveness of like natural immunity versus the vaccine was something like 20 times more effective to just like get COVID. So I was just like, well, I mean, I definitely had it at some point, because I had one of the worst flus I'd ever had, to the point where my lungs were like filled with so much shit that I had to like prop myself up in bed, and felt like I was gonna like suffocate to death, like waking up the one time. It was terrible. But yeah, so in my mind I was like, well, this is looking at that data and seeing that it was 27 times more effective just to get like natural immunity, I was like, whatever, I don't fucking need this shit. Thank you for the live stream, made my night. Got a long day tomorrow, glad to put it on a show. Thanks, Dom, good to see you, dude. Had a migraine for 5 days. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a lot of people had like varying degrees of response to once they got it. Obviously, like immunocompromised people like that, you know, they gotta be careful, and just unfortunate. I think the weirdest thing is just like the lack of focus of COVID being made in a lab. I always find that really strange. I'm like, they fucking made this shit out of in a lab, and we just like forgot about that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not joking when I say this. I would not be fucking surprised if whenever some sort of escalation with like China occurs, I will not be surprised if the media, you know, in a knee-jerk need to like drum up hatred for China or frustration with China in a war sense, I would not be surprised if they harken back to the fact that like COVID, you know, came out of Wuhan or something like that. Like, that would not surprise me, because it seemed like they completely ignored that, which some people, I'm sure, given certain differing circumstances, would have described COVID as like a bioweapon. You know what I mean? Perla, Nara, thank you for 20 months. I truly enjoyed the Twisted History podcast. Congratulations. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Hopefully the continuing episodes continue to sound awesome. Do I believe in Pepe the Froggy? Pepe's funny, you know. I always enjoy like I remember there was a lot of like memes like that where it's just like seeing the face infuriates people, and I just think that idea in and of itself is really funny. But I'm always curious about like if there was some sort of like ancient mythology based around like Pepe the Frog, like if he's some sort of old god of sorts, of a god of mischief, you know. Pepe committed war crimes. Twisted History is every Wednesday. That's true, yep. And I think it's based on East Coast times. So I think it's out every Wednesday at like 3 a.m. So if you're like a super late night owl, you know, you can listen to it. Or if you're like a mega early commuter to work, you can listen to it. What's up, Faceless? How you doing? I just remember this old ass lady being banned from a store for not wearing a mask, so she came back and she'd cut a hole in it to reveal her mouth and nose so she could. That's funny, yeah. I don't know. I think that was like the lamest shit ever, because it was like you would go into restaurants, right? And it's like you would wear the mask, you know, walking up to your table. But then for some reason, the second you sat down at a table, you could just like whip it off and throw it in the air. We are in this contained space of a booth, and even though we're literally right next to people and our server, it's totally fucking, yeah, take it off to eat. Or even more like frustrating was like traveling during that period of time, like getting on planes and shit. And it's like stewardesses and all that kind of stuff where like essentially they're like customer service people, so they're usually very nice to most people. Can I get you a drink? But it was just funny to think like all the time they like turned into like the biggest bitches ever. Like, sir, if you eat a peanut, pull your mask down and then bring it up. Put your mask on, sir. You know, if I need to warn you again, I will fucking flush you down the toilet. I will throw you out of this plane myself. Just all the different like social shit that occurred during COVID. It's just like, just such a fucking grumble. Population control. Yeah, what's your thoughts on that? A lady freaked out on me because I didn't follow the arrow in the grocery store, because I know there was so many fucking Karens during like the COVID thing where they just got like to them, they were like jizzing their fucking pants having the opportunity to tell you to like do something. And the worst part is, it's like, you're not going to forget that. You know what I mean? You're not going to forget the people who were fucking dicks to you during COVID. You're not going to forget the people that literally called the police because you had a birthday party or some shit. You know what I mean? Do I think COVID-19 had a social impact? Yeah, for sure. Especially on children too, who like for their first like developmental years just like didn't see faces for a while, or like they were like socially isolated, or those kids, you know. I remember like a few years after COVID, or like, maybe a year or so after COVID, being in like areas where like it's like a, college, university type situation. It's like filled with like college kids, and all of them just like getting back into that area and driving, and there were crashes everywhere, and I'm like, holy shit, these are like high school kids who like peak COVID essentially didn't go anywhere, so they don't really have the fucking driving skills that would have been like normal to them during their during those past 2 years. I just count my blessings that I wasn't like in school during that shit. Just like how annoying it would have been to like miss your prom or something stupid, or just like miss most of school. And I sucked at doing like work from a computer at home as far as like homework and that kind of shit goes. I was terrible at it. And so to like imagine doing that for like 2 years straight, it just would have been, I would have never learned a thing. YouTubers peaked in COVID. I mean, it makes sense, yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody's stuck at home watching shit. Considerations for others is apparently too much test. I mean, I wore the mask. I was considerate of everybody. I'm just bitching about how annoying it was. Doesn't mean I had to be like super like, oh yes, let me get on my, suck your toes, please. Of course, thank you, dude. Good to see you. Before you go into Rob Walmart, yeah. You flunked so many classes during COVID. I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to stay motivated at home while you're just like reading a screen or listening to a lecture. It's just, to me, I don't even think like colleges should have like charged the same for tuition. It's just like not the same experience. Sorry. Kieran didn't really... We're stoners and metal. Kieran didn't really... Oh, yeah. Kieran didn't really live anywhere exactly. He had loving, supportive parents, but chose to couch surf, crashing on someone's floor or my basement couch. He'd spend weeks at a time sleeping in the bathroom of Andy's apartment until one of them would get sick of him and kick him out. Then he'd do the rounds staying with me or one of the other guys until he was back begging Andy for room and board. This all began when Kieran showed up at my place one night, sliding through the basement window at around 11. He had a method of getting the window open even when it was locked, and would occasionally show up and help himself to my snacks or weed even if I wasn't home, and it drove me nuts. Thankfully, this night I was home, chilling and playing some Doom on my PC, which I had finally upgraded enough to run that damn game, and Kieran flopped onto my couch, dropped his ratty old... Shoes, hat. But can it play Doom on anything? Do you remember Crysis? Do you remember when like Crysis 1 came out and they would ask, can your computer play Crysis? That was kind of sick. I do kind of miss that. I miss like when games made such like leaps and bounds that you know, the computers can't even fucking play it. But I guess it makes sense. You probably don't make a lot of money if people can't play your game, huh? Yeah, and I do remember even Doom 3 back during those days, like, was pretty insane as far as like the ability to run it. Was it only on PC initially, or was it on... I think it eventually made its way to Xbox, but it was nowhere near as good, right? Kieran flopped on my... Kieran flopped onto my couch, dropped his ratty old bag onto the floor, and told me that he was going to be staying with me for a few days. Okay then. He lit up a bong and sat there smoking it for a while before asking me if I was into occult stuff. I said I'd never really thought about it, despite being died in oh, I don't really know that phrase, honestly. I said I'd never really thought about it. Despite being a die-hard metalhead with an interest in horror, I'd never really considered myself into the occult. I was, and am, a Christian, which I reminded Kieran of then, and he responded by doing this weird demonic cackle, like he was trying to act possessed but obviously wasn't. And then he made some absolutely cringe statement about how he was allergic to Christianity, which was odd because he'd never had a problem with my faith or even commented on it before. "Check out this book," he said, or something like that. And I paused my game and turned around to look at him because I was so baffled by his cringelord behavior. The God delusion had just gotten really popular the previous Christmas, so I figured that he was going to tell me about that. And instead, he was waving around a copy of the Satanic Bible, and it looked like a library copy. Kieran had. So, are you a part of Ballin Studios now? Yeah, technically I am a host of a twist of history. So yes, I am running, well, not running one of the shows, but I am a host, like a narrator essentially, for one of his shows under that umbrella. So that's pretty freaking sweet. A twisted fire story. No, a twist of history. Twistery. Titty twistery. Oh, a library Satanic Bible. That is pretty funny. Have I talked to John B. Allen personally? I have not, no. Though I have no doubt that he's a very nice guy. Just like, it's kind of a well-oiled machine over there of like, from a professional standpoint. So I've just been working with, producers and audio engineers and stuff like that who are like kind of doubling as directors for stuff. So it's been fun. Joel, why did our brains go to the same place, same time? The twist, yeah, titty twistery. That's funny. At Brexit University, play a sample. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad that people are getting into it. It's crazy to think, like, I'll release a video and like within, like, one of my most recent videos has like 80K views, but like Mr. Ballin gets like 12,000 views within like 12 minutes of it releasing, and then like, I don't know, just crazy. It's just wild sometimes to think like how big that platform is, and it's awesome. Your 15-year-old super history buff, he was excited to hear the stories. Yeah, let me know what they think, because obviously like everybody's interpretations of history might be just a little bit different and that kind of thing. Kieran had, he told me, wait, what does this say? Had, he told me, wait, I don't get that. Kieran had, he told me, gotten heavily into magic and rituals and, Kieran had, he told me, gotten heavily into magic and rituals and crap. According to him, the Satanic Bible was filled with spells and mystical rites that let you summon all sorts of demons. I mean, it isn't, and even back then I knew that, but I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Next, he pulled out this collected works of H.P. Lovecraft titled The Necronomicon. He told me it was the genuine Book of the Dead and contained dark and terrible secrets. Okay, clearly he hasn't even read it. And he kept going on showing me a bunch of books, clearly ones that he'd stolen from the library, mostly fiction, and I carried on pretending to be interested but paying no attention, and I thought nothing more of it until maybe a few days later. I was walking through the park at the center of town. It was a huge park that connected to the college and the local high school, so you'd often see high schoolers and college students hanging out in their various groups. You'd rarely see the two together though, so I was surprised when I saw Kieran sitting with a group of goth emo-looking high school students. Our eyes met, and he gave me a kind of angry look and a little shake of his head, like, "Don't come over here, bro." Now I was curious though, so I leaned against a tree, just pretending to study a textbook. Kieran was talking to the high schoolers, most of whomst. Lovecraft fanboys. Oh. Yeah, why don't you like Lovecraft?
Mischievous dog.
Mon Bleu, welcome back for 1 month. Enjoying the new history with a twist. Kids really excited to learn history with you. They also love listening to your stories with me. We love you. Thank you, Mon Bleu. Happy birthday again. I hope you're having a good one. Lovecraftian tales. No, I do like Lovecraft. It's the fanboys who take it seriously. Oh, well, I'm not even sure. What do they take seriously? I'm not even sure. Isn't it just like I've read a lot of his stories. It's just like a series of turn of the century sort of existential. I guess, yeah, I could definitely see people who take it way too seriously would probably be as annoying as like Redditors or something like that, you know what I mean? Did you ever watch Creepcast? I've heard of it. That's with Wendigooner, right? I feel bad. I don't watch enough like people in my community's like content. I mean, I'll usually watch like a little bit, but I just don't consume a lot of like crime and scary related content as you would expect for someone who runs quite a few shows of that sort. Yeah, I'm too busy making content, you know what I mean? No, but I do watch a lot of YouTube stuff. It's just mainly just random shit that pops up that has nothing to do with it that I like listening to. Lately, it's been like pleasant listening to like people talk about their writing process, like, but at the same time, I kind of don't like listening to people talk about their writing process because there's so many writers that think they know exactly how you should or shouldn't write. But I think it's almost like if you go into like playing baseball and you just have a naturally good, wicked fucking at-bat average, and then some dipshit comes in and is like, as a coach, and is like, "You're not squashing the bug, you're not turning your hips. You could really crank that one in the outfield if you focused on turning your hips," you know, and then the next thing you know, you're like overthinking turning your hips, and then you're missing every, you know, hit. And I think the same thing goes for like overthinking what comes naturally to you in regards to like producing art, you know what I mean? And so you should just if you're good at it, just fucking do it how you're doing it. Yeah, people telling people how to be creative properly, like that's such a weird though I'm sure there's some tips to pull from it, but you just don't want to overthink that, like creativity at all. And performance also. Lovecraft Bros have a bumper sticker that says, "My other car is a Migo brain cylinder." That's funny. Like someone said, like when you write, you should only write the way you talk, and that you shouldn't like and I agree to a certain extent. Like you shouldn't every time you say like, "I can't believe you did that, John mused," or something like that, or John capitulated, or John relented. And I get it, you know, sometimes it is easier to just say like John said and she said and then they said, you know, whatever, which might sometimes the simplest version be that way, but sometimes somebody having like a certain approach to writing that's a little bit poetic isn't the worst thing ever. I mean, look how exaggerated Lovecraft's writing is. Like clearly he's not writing like it was a different time for sure in like the 1920s or whatever the fuck, but I'm sure not everybody talk like that, and he was probably hearkening back to, like, I don't know, borderline Shakespearean times with the manner in which he spoke. I'm sure there was some crossover with the contemporary literature of that time, but I think he was performing a lot of the times with the way he wrote, you know. So you might as well, if you're a good performer and it works, just keep performing. Kieran was talking to the high schoolers, most of whom were girls, about how he could do magic. He knew how to summon demons. He's done successful rituals many times, he said. Typical Kieran bullcrap. And then the conversation took a darker turn. He started telling them how he could grant wishes, as long as the wishmaker engaged in blood sex magic with him. He was waving his freaking satanic Bible around and heavily implying that he could help. Obvious garbage that nobody would fall for, right? Well, you already know the problem. These kids look like sophomores at best. Kai is one of the girls. Kai. What's up, y'all? It's Kai. Hey guys, what's up? You might know me. It's me, Kai. Like the war love letters of the time, read them and see the poetic difference between them and recent wars. Yeah, well, that's a good point too, yeah. People have definitely shifted their abilities in just linguistics as a whole. What did I eat today? I didn't want to eat, and then my friends forced food down my throat. I ended up eating cookies and turkey burger, and then going over to another friend's house and having rice and curry chicken and all sorts of shit. It was good though. It was all delicious. Wieners with catsup. A big freaking wiener. So you're probably already seeing the problem. These kids look like sophomores at best. Kai, one of the girls, was a freshman, the kid's sister of a buddy of mine called Jonas. She was 14, maybe 15, and Kieran was 22, and she was the one he was directing his attention at. I stayed by them. Oops. I watched them a bit longer. Very dumb of me, but as much as Kieran annoyed me, I wasn't ready to throw away a long-term friendship over this without trying to reason with him. On top of that, the rest of the gang was overly forgiving towards Kieran and would rarely accept anything bad about him. And as I was watching, a couple of my buddies from college called me over and we got caught up in conversation very briefly. And when I looked back, Kieran and Kai were gone. I asked one of the boys where the older emo guy who had been hanging around had gone, and they told me that he'd gone with Kai to the store. I knew the store Kai had probably gone to, so I jogged over there. Kai was standing outside looking around awkwardly, and casually I asked her if Kieran was with her. She acted suspicious and very cagey, and I thought that she wasn't going to answer. Then the bell over the door dinged and Kieran came walking out, holding plastic bags filled with what I could tell was probably... deviled eggs. Oh yeah, the hitchhiking murderer Kai. Yeah, True Crime Girl, how's your page going? Is things growing for you a little bit? Getting into thousands of views, pretty sick. And that's the nice thing. I mean, you can see the ones that popped 1,000 versus 11,000. I think at that size, it's that's kind of the exciting thing is you're at that size where at any moment, one of your videos could get 500,000 out of nowhere, and you're like, holy shit. And then okay, I should probably lean a little bit heavier into maybe something along those lines, Got a new video on the Slender Man stabbing. Okay, sweet. Fucking sweet. Creepypasta that inspired a murder. Yeah. I'm just looking at the thumbnails and stuff. Flavor Flav. Then the bell over the door rang and Kieran came walking out, holding plastic bags filled with what I could tell was 2 six-packs of beer. And he looked at me, very guiltily, and mumbled something about seeing me later. In no way was I leaving Kai with Kieran. Kai was looking uncomfortable and awkward and kept glancing at the beer. I could tell Kieran had bought it for her. And I asked them what they were planning on. And I asked them where they planned on going, and he told me they were heading to Andy's apartment. I told Kai, that I didn't think her brother Jonas would be cool with her hanging out with Kieran, and Kai looked like she was about to cry. Kieran suddenly... Oh my god, I can't... What's up, Chris? Kieran suddenly got in my face, pulling me to one side and hissing at me to not ruin this for him. I pointed out that Kai was like 14, and buying her alcohol was messed up, on top of God knows what else he had planned. He assured me it was nothing, and Kai did as well. If they were going to Andy's apartment, I didn't figure that the others would let Kieran get up to anything weird there. They might have been forgiving of him, but they wouldn't let him take advantage of an underage girl. Unfortunately, I had practice and I had to leave them. I hated that fact, but called up Andy, who I trusted with my life, and explained that situation to him. I told him where Kieran and Kai were and to make sure that they did end up going... Whether they did or didn't. I told them where Kieran and Kai were and to make sure they did end up going to his place, and then asked them not to let anything out. Okay. Hot Mess Express, yeah. Oh, he's got the Satanic Bible and his new bride, Joel Verjarv. Okay, yeah, that nickname doesn't work. It's alright, we'll figure it out. I need a Neuralink. I do, dude. Imagine that. Imagine in the future when we all get our Neuralinks, I'll be able to make it through an entire live stream in one go. Every time you hear the name Kieran, you think of R2-D2? Really? Did he... Did you ever drink Baileys from a shoe? Oh, I read that. I clearly have dyslexia. Red Dead. Yeah. Joel Verjarv. I told him where Kieran and Kai were and to make sure that they did end up going to his place, and then asked him not to let anything happen to Kai. Fast forward to that evening, I got home, grabbed a bite to eat, showered, and then headed downstairs to the basement with a towel around my waist. Kieran was sitting in the middle of the floor, a book open in front of him. Next to the book was one of those huge plastic slushy cups. Next to the book was one of those huge plastic slushy soda cups that you get from the convenience store. Kieran was bare-chested and looked to be covered in blood, and he was holding a long, thin knife. I asked him what the hell was up and what he was doing here, and his face was all battered, bloodied, and swollen. He forced the words out, explaining how the guys had just turned on him and that they were all dead. At first I panicked, thinking that Kieran meant that they were literally dead, and then he kept going on ranting about how they'd all get what was coming to them, etc. Kieran drew blood and started smearing it on the book. I have no idea to this day what kind of ritual he thought he was performing or why he decided to act like this. I'd also like to stress up front that his state of mind was the product of being drunk and high, not some kind of serious mental illness, at least I think. And of course I didn't know this at the time, but I do now, and I wouldn't be sharing the story if Kieran was a victim in all of this. Now, since Kieran was holding a knife, I decided not to approach him for now, and instead retrieved my cell phone. I had a bunch of missed calls from Andy and even a couple from Jonas, which didn't surprise me. I called Andy back and he explained that Kieran had brought Kai over and tried to get her drunk. And then right in the living room, he started trying to persuade her to do more intimate things with him in exchange for quote-unquote magical blessings. Of course, they weren't having any of this. Kieran... Shoop. I actually did have a slushie today, the color of blood. That sounds pretty tasty. Read more Skinwalker stories. Maybe one day. We just need to go find the Skinwalkers. And then you guys gotta send them in. Of course, they weren't having any of this, but Kieran became very belligerent. The guys called Jonas to come get his sister out of trouble, and when Jonas turned up and found his drunk, stoned 14-year-old sister with Kieran, all he saw was red. After being beaten up, Andy said Kieran had fled, and I explained that he was in my basement doing blood rituals. And after laughing their ass off, Andy'd offered to come help. And so that's how Andy and I spent the evening wrestling some drunk, stoned, bloody Kieran out through my house and hurling him unceremoniously onto the lawn. We told him in no uncertain terms that he was no longer welcome around any of us, and if we even heard that he'd been trying to hook up with those high schoolers again, we'd make him wish that he'd never been born. And then Andy helped me add a new Mon Bleu, welcome, or no, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Erica S., Bland Boys, Elizabeth, Bialek, Kay, and Woodward. Thank you, friends, and welcome. Oh, and Mon Bleu, you got another birthday gal in the house with Alexa. Happy birthday, Alexa. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I need an Adderall. Yeah, I don't want to become schizophrenic. The Adderall pudding. Then Andy helped me add a new strong latch to the basement window. Kieran became something of an infamous figure around town over the next Kieran became something of an infamous figure around town over the next 15 years. Thankfully, I never had to deal with him again outside of some evil looks, but he went on to become the town creep, basically. All sorts of dark rumors swirling around him, but they're mainly of the predatory, creepy, loser weirdo kind. And thankfully, he never succeeded in his attempts at blood magic or seducing high school girls. I can't become any more schizophrenic. I'm sure I could if I tried. Zip zap doo dop doop doop doo. Alright, we're cruising, we're schmoozing. Do I think the universe is infinite? Maybe there is no true infinite. Seeing as like infinite is just something we made up to explain a lot, you know, maybe there's no such thing as infinite. Do I miss the violence from the sports I played? Yeah, I do, honestly. That sounds bad, but I do miss just kind of like fucking just clashing, you know what I mean? Like it's not good. It's not a good thing overtly, but it's like just, I think, I don't know. Yeah, when I played football, like it felt good to just like smash into someone and like, yeah, my nursing violence, beating the shit out of all my patients. I just played American football and stuff and rugby. And yeah, it just felt like really good to just run out there. Like I enjoyed getting hit. Like I genuinely enjoyed getting hit. Like if I got tackled it made me laugh. Like it filled me with a certain sense of like giddiness, you know what I mean? And then you would tackle somebody else, and it was just good fun, you know what I mean? Sometimes it sucked, but it was just like, it definitely teaches you a lot about yourself and other people. Do you just plop the foreskin on the pudding or like blend it into the pudding? What pudding are you making? Does YouTube offer Memorial Day off? Unfortunately, no. I gotta work overtime. Boxing is your contact sport. Very sad. I can't actually do it. That's all good. I mean, what about like arm wrestling? Could you do arm wrestling? I was an outside linebacker in high school. What position did I play? I played defensive end and like offensive line. I guess I played offensive line a lot more, but it was, it was good, you know, it's just fun. Just like, that's literally all you did at offensive line was just like sumo wrestler bullshit, you know, just smack into someone and push them as hard as you can. Was I a big lad? I mean, in high school when I played, I was like 200 pounds, and then I lost a bunch of weight during, like after high school, I got down to like 155 because I just would run. After I, graduated, all I did was run, and I got down to like 155. And then when I was like 24, I started CrossFit classes and thought like I'm lifting, so I'll eat a lot, and then I got back up to like 185, and I stayed there for years. And it wasn't until like COVID that I am now 220 pounds, but I don't know, people say I look good, so that's fine. I mean, you get a little insecure about your weight from time to time, but I mean, I feel like I work hard and do shit, so it's whatever. Do the story of Ricardo Lopez. I think I've done that before. How many sports did I play? I mean, I just played I think it was just football and rugby was the only official ones. Is fast metabolism a thing? I mean, I think so. Objectively speaking, like some people are just more capable of like burning through calorie. Like you can objectively track like their, how many calories they can consume without gaining any weight or whatever. Exactly how you quantify the metabolism is difficult, though. I think a lot of it must have to do with like your gut bacteria or your ability to like break down food and digest it quickly. Or like obviously like you can increase your metabolism by increasing your overall presence of muscle, because it requires quite a bit more calories to continue to maintain muscle and utilize those muscles. Hey Viper, thank you. How often do you go live? I'm kind of new to the channel. I go live every Sunday and Wednesday. It's just like something fun to do, and it kind of helps me to like stay focused on task, even though clearly I'm not very focused. Metabolism is all chemical reactions in your body. True. Will you ever do true crime stories, as in reporting style, or detective type stories such as cold case files, specifically Murder in America? You'd be the best. I do have quite a bit of, I probably have like over 300 plus true crime stories that I've read on this channel. It's just that they get interspersed with like other, topic style videos. But I am excited to say probably, we already have one video done, and I've got Robin and another editor working on taking those true crime stories and turning them into like full videos that will be on another channel here soon that I'll tell you about probably in the summer time frame, maybe like late June or something. But I want to get enough, and I want to make sure that the channel is like monetized and all that kind of stuff before we like kick it off. But hopefully it is able to grow something. But Sam writes all the true crime stuff for the channel, and he's just truly talented in his ability to like convey a story, without it, about like something that happened, without it ever feeling like dry, you know what I mean? Yeah, Sam's great. Dark Monster, thank you, dude. I had a concussion 2 years ago tonight on a motorcycle. I don't remember the wreck. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're doing better. So I have a sub channel. Yeah, it's like I tried to do like Let's Read Clips, which was just like individual true stories or whatever, but that didn't really get very far. So I'm hoping like maybe the true crime with like solid editing will be able to like just, I don't know, hit a different group of people, or like basically create a new sense of momentum for the channel, aside, in conjunction with working with Ballin and No Sleep Podcast, all that stuff. I grew up in the Kentish countryside in the 1980s, and I had this mate called Gordon who was properly obsessed with the army and all that stuff, and ever since I could remember, he'd been a military nut. He was the type of kid who played with little plastic army men, collected Action Man dolls, and spent his pocket money at the wartime memorabilia. Oops. He was the type of kid who played with little plastic army men, collected action dolls, and spent his pocket money at the wartime memorabilia shop in town. He had Airfix model kits of 1,000 different tanks and planes that he meticulously glued together in paint. And I tried to make a couple of kits one time and just got glue everywhere, and my paint applications would have made a Warhammer fan weep. Gordon's Grandpa Lampa. Thank you, Joe. Every time these are always oh, thank you, Selena. It's good to see you. I need to stretch. We call old men grandpa in the UK. Yeah, we do too. I think the way that it was like written, it was like lowercase grandpa, so for some reason it looked like grandpa. You know what I mean? Like a noun or a creature from Mario or something. Do you use blue light filter? I have on my computer this program called Flux. It's like f.lux, and it helps just when you turn it on, it just turns your screen like various shades of orange, so your eyes aren't so strained on blue light stuff. Gordon's grandpa Derek was a World War II veteran. He lived alone in a little ground floor flat, and Gordon and I would often go visit the old man on a weekend. He was a genuinely lovely fella. Imagine the classic loving grandpa archetype, and that was basically him. My parents and Gordon's parents were friends, and my nan and granddad were friends with Gordon's grandpa Derek. And so it was never considered strange that Gordon would bring his friends over to visit Grandpa Derek, especially me. Now don't worry, this doesn't end with Grandpa Derek being outed as some nunce or anything. He was a lovely man, right up until his death in a nursing home in the 90s. Alzheimer's is a real bummer. You see, the issue was with... Happy B-Day to you, happy B-Day to you. 2 weeks. Instead of a belated birthday wish, you get a prelated birthday wish. Do I have any stories of my own? No, I'm just a ghost in the machine, stuck in this world, experiencing nothing but what you guys tell me. Though today I did get to try and hit some baseballs, and man, I suck at baseball, dude. It is genuinely freaking hard to like hit a baseball and just absolutely send it. What happened to the Morgan Freeman stories? What do you mean? What kind of mic I got? The one you're hearing me right now is a Neumann TLM 103, but the one I record my stories into, they're stacked on top of each other, is an H4n Pro. No, the issue, you see, was with Gordon. It was pretty obvious, even to me as a kid, that Grandpa Derek didn't really like talking about his time in World War II. He especially didn't like how excitable and bloodthirsty Gordon would get when he asked his grandpa repeatedly about those he'd killed. I'm sure Grandpa Derek had lots of thoughts about his grandson's idolation of the war, but he was a loving grandpa who didn't want to upset a little kid, so he just smiled and told whatever stories his PTSD would allow. When the event I'm going to talk about happened, Gordon and I were maybe 10. It was a Saturday, and we'd been to visit Grandpa Derek along with our third friend, Eugene. Eugene wasn't one of Gordon's preferred friends. He kind of tagged along with us and complained about everything, and I understood why Gordon didn't like him, but I did. Gordon was in the mood with me that day for letting Eugene hang out with us, but after we'd visited Grandpa Derek, he kind of perked up. I had no idea why, but I knew that it had something to do with the fact that he disappeared off into the storage room in Grandpa Derek's flat while we were there. After Grandpa Derek... Lady 20, thank you, good to see you. You did a narration collaboration with someone you narrated with the Morgan Freeman voice. Oh, it might have been... Was it like a comedic thing? Because I don't think I did Morgan Freeman voice. I do recall. They have done Morgan Freeman. Have you seen Ready Player One? I haven't, no. I always heard good things back in the day. Do you have merch, beanies, or room decor? There's links to like the merch with the spread shop, and there might be options for like room decor, but I think it's mainly like clothes and such. After Grandpa Derek's, Gordon led us out into the woods to play. We had a sort of tree fort thing that we were building there that summer, and this was the first time showing Eugene. Eugene whined and moaned all the way through the undergrowth, of course, complaining about brambles and thorns and branches and midges and pine cones. And when we got there, and he saw our cool fort, Eugene got excited and we played soldiers for a bit. And of course it was soldiers. Gordon only ever wanted to play soldiers, rampaging through the forest with stick guns, pretending to kill each other in myriad gruesome ways. Myriad. Hello, my name is Myriad. It's my clothing store called Let Dress. It's called Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Not So Secret. It is kind of weird though. Like, what does that say? Like, what do you think Victoria's secret is? Do you think she has a penis or something? I've always been curious as like a kid. I'm like, what's in there? What lies beyond? And that was one of those stores, like as a kid, I never once ventured into. I was too scared. When we got there and he saw our cool fort, Eugene got excited and we played soldiers for a bit. Of course it was soldiers. Gordon only ever wanted to play soldiers, rampaging through the forest with stick guns, pretending to kill each other in a myriad of gruesome ways. And after a while, Gordon called us over and asked if we wanted to see something cool. Of course we did. So he grabbed his backpack, reached into it, and produced 2 items that forever changed my life. One was a gun, which I would later discover was a Luger P... Oh, wait, no. I gotta make sure I say this right. Is it a Luger P08 or a P08? What's the best workout when you take creatine? Does push-up work? Well, creatine is basically just to like help your body transfer like what's called ADP back into ATP, which is it basically just like helps your body like create energy and generate force and energy kind of thing. So it's best in like resistance training. I mean, push-ups is technically resistance training, but also it's good for like jogging. But really, like creatine I've heard is like great for your brain as well. But yeah, any workout you do where you're like challenging your body, creatine's probably gonna have some benefit to it, but like lifting weights, is usually the go-to if you're taking creatine. But just make sure you get lots of water, because you're supposed to stay like nice and hydrated whilst using it. Yeah, calisthenics, all that stuff. It's great stuff. Let me just make sure how you say this gun. Luger. Does anyone familiar? What drugs do I use? I am drug free, honestly. I mean, I drink caffeine. I like caffeine. I like creatine. I mean, Luger 08. Okay, sweet. I'll just say that then. The loop-de-looper alley-ooper. He pulled out this World War II gun. It was called the loop-de-looper alley-ooper. It looked really funny. It had a big blunderbuss opening on the end, and I could see the energy shooting through it, kind of like a silly straw. Joel is natty. I am natty, yeah. It was kind of funny, though. Like, my buddy, he actually competes in, like, professional CrossFit stuff, but he's a little bit older than me, so I think he's in like the Masters division or whatever. And he was just telling me, like, he traveled to Prague recently in the Czech Republic. Long flight over to the other continent. And is he Rich Froning? No. But he knows him, which is cool. And yeah, he traveled all the way there, and like he was just saying, like, it was so obvious like how many of them were on steroids and stuff. And he himself is not on steroids, but like works a full-time job, has like kids and a wife, and is just a very busy guy who gets like not a lot of sleep. And yet he still is able to just like absolutely kill it in that kind of thing. Why are steroids allowed in bodybuilding competitions? Well, I don't even know if they are. I'm like not really sure. Like I think they do test, but I think like things like Mr. Olympia, they just kind of like look the other way or whatever, just because it's, I don't know, part of the sport at this point. I have the smoker's voice. Yeah, I don't know why my voice is just kind of burnt out. I've been listening to you at night for so many years. I cannot thank you enough for putting my mind at ease and shutting up my constant trained brain. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Thank you, Nova. Good to see you. Get some sleep. Do you do the marijuana or drink? I do not. No. I mean, I went out last night and drank with friends, but it's a very rare occasion for me to do that, honestly. Like, I don't really like the bar environment. I don't like how I feel when I'm drinking, especially the day after. And with marijuana, like, I like that more than drinking, but I just don't like being paranoid, you know what I mean? And my brain kind of operates on, like, I think about weird abstract thoughts all the time anyways, so whenever I'm high, it's just like, it's a bit much. I take shroomies. No, I don't take shroomies. Is it gross that I always wanted to smoke? I never did, but I always wanted to. Isn't that so freaking dumb? You mean like cigarettes? I mean, it does look cool, like, especially if you're like within the realm of like acting, like all the actors, you know, they smoke and they look cool and they have black and white film, like, you know, filming them as they turn and look towards their French baguette or something, you know what I mean? Like, it looks cool, but it smells gross and it gives you cancer, so you have to make a choice. Hey, yeah, Ryan, pretty sick, huh? Thank you. Cigs stimky. They are very stimky, and people like spray so much shit on themselves to get rid of the cig smell, but all it does is like smell like you sprayed perfume on an ashtray. Okay, sorry. After a while, Gordon called us over and asked if we wanted to see something cool. Of course we did, so he grabbed his... Oh, right. Here we are. Sorry, I got lost a bit. One was a gun, which I would later discover was a Luger P08, and the other was a grenade. Oh, I should have said that maybe more, like, spooky. One was a gun, which I would later discover was a Luger P08, and the other was a grenade. There were always stories in the news about kids finding live grenades in fields or things like that, and we'd even have an assembly about it when a guy had found one near us. Even if we hadn't, though, I would have recognized what it was because Gordon was so obsessed with war and weaponry, so I also immediately recognized the fact that it was missing the pin. I was concerned that this meant that the grenade was live and dangerous. Eugene wasn't just concerned. In that moment, he was petrified. He pointed at the grenade and actually shrieked at Gordon that it was going to explode at any moment, and that Gordon had no idea how dangerous that thing was that he held. He could kill all of us with it. And I'll never forget the smile that crept over Gordon's face. "I know," he said. Eugene and I looked at each other, exchanging a silent agreement not to make any sudden moves. Gordon carefully tucked the pistol into his jacket pocket and gripped the grenade. "If I press this lever, it'll blow us all up," he said. Now, being the voice of reason, I told him, maybe don't do that. And Eugene just yelled something else. Gordon was looking... Gording. Hello, I'm Gording. Mr. Gord. "Hey guys, just so we know, I brought lunch today and a grenade." "Joel, your marriage is over. Ashes, cigarette. You ever seen that Family Guy episode?" No. Joe, your marriage is over. Ashes. Oh, and the ashes, the cigarette. I don't remember that one. I love Family Guy though, man. So funny. I also love that, like, just characters like from Family Guy, like Peter and then also SpongeBob, unrelated. I just love the fact that they kind of become like memes of themselves, you know, like a meme format that's sort of like absurd humor that's just used in all sorts of other ways to represent comedy. And I don't know, it just goes to show you like how powerful they are as like iconic figures within social discourse. Do you enjoy popped corn? A grenade for his birthday candle. It is kind of crazy that like even something as simplistic as like an M80, you know, like firework can just like absolutely like fucking blow your fingers off. This AI voice is incredible, thank you. It's me, Mr. Robot AI Man. My brother and I just saw the new movie Friendship with Tim Robinson. It was funny. Nice. I was watching some I Think You Should Leave with a friend yesterday, and it's such a good show. You mean to be your security guard? Yeah, I can do that. I was actually a security guard for Little Bow Wow back in the day, so I kept him real safe. Gordon was looking wistful, talking about how if we blew up, we'd be heroes, dying heroically in battle, he said. I pointed out that it's only a battle if there's an enemy, that it would just be us dying in a stupid accident. Eugene was starting to get frantic, and I could see him glancing over his shoulder like he was getting ready to run. I was genuinely terrified that if he did, Gordon would throw the grenade and just blow us all up. "Please, Gordon," I said. And Gordon gripped the grenade tighter, and now he was talking about honoring his grandpa Derek's fight. What? I thought. This kid was mental. And I told him as much, and Gordon just stared at me and stepped forward menacingly. I didn't stop to think. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed the grenade out of his hand and flung it, and then I braced myself for impact. Silence. We all stood there frozen for a moment, and then Gordon started laughing like a maniac. It was a model! It's fake! I stared at him, absolutely astounded and speechless. The whole thing had been a prank. Serious, po-faced Gordon had pretended that he was going to kill us all as a prank. That was awesome. And I started laughing too. Eugene didn't really see the funny side, but even when he was keeping his calm. Skrilla, what's good, dude? The Manila. That was so AI. What's up, Flower? It's fake. Yeah, they just like blow into mist. And then their friend Eugene's just like, oh my god, oh my god. Honestly, that's what the best of friends do. Threaten your life and date your parents. True. You're 40 next week? Dude, I'm 35 next week. Well, was it next week? 2 weeks? I don't even know. What's it feel like to be almost 40? Quitting is hard because you associate certain activities with alcohol, and breaking that can be difficult sometimes. Yeah. When's the B-Day? Mine's June 4th. I forget when Misty said hers is. In the club. Okay. I started laughing too. Eugene didn't really see the funny side, but even he was keeping his calm. I think we were both just relieved that our friend wasn't actually mental and we weren't going to die. I shoved Gordon in the shoulder, kind of just good-naturedly, and he laughed and sort of stumbled backwards. Something fell from his jacket pocket, and I heard the clunk of metal, then a loud, echoing bang that made my ears immediately ring. Gordon's face went white. Eugene crumpled to the ground, almost in slow motion. I turned to look at him, and my mouth was agape. I could see a bloody wound on his forehead. Okay. I turned to look at him, mouth agape. I could see a bloody wound on his forehead. When I had shoved Gordon, the pistol he'd stolen from his grandfather, Derek, had fallen out of his jacket pocket and hit a rock. And as I said, we later found out it was a Luger P08. Grandpa Derek had kept it ever since the war, and he thought it was unloaded and non-functional, so he said anyway. Did this kid just get shot in the head? Why do people hate Geminis? Because they're racist. Space racist. What's up, Mark? Oh, hi, Mark. What if you were born on February 29th? I think they might do some really bad things to you. I don't know. These astrologists, they're just looking for any reason to kill. He thought it was unloaded and non-functional, so he said anyway, but it turned out it must have just been jammed or hadn't been used in a while. Hitting the rock caused it to discharge, and the angle that it fell Hitting the rock caused it to discharge, and the angle that it fell meant that it shot Eugene right square in the middle of his forehead. And shockingly, Eugene was fine. The wound looked nasty, but it was... what? Oh, it ricocheted. What? Oh, it ricocheted and hit. Interesting. I thought this kid was dead. I was like, no way, dude. Has anyone ever met anyone who was born on February 29th who died? I think they all die. Like, once they get out of there, they only get like a few years, or like every year for them is like 40 years on Earth. Mary, thank you. Good to see you. The age of Aquarius. I mean, I think I'm a good person, but as soon as someone says I'm a Gemini in a new group of people, they immediately hate me, and I don't know why. I don't know. Why is like, that's such a, why is astrology and like your astrological sign even like something remotely something people talk about casually? Like, I get it if you're like into it in your circles, but just imagining like young kids hanging out and then someone's like, what are you? Like, I'm a Gemini, and they're like, ew, dude, you probably smell and you probably eat fucking shit and rocks mixed together. Which is true, but doesn't mean you have to point it out. Joel, my son was supposed to be born on your birthday, but since he was a scheduled C-section, the doc didn't work weekends. I actually had to wait till the next business day. That's okay. Now you can celebrate my birthday and then his. In succession. The Scorpio, yeah, Scorpios eat shit mixed with rocks. And shockingly, Eugene was fine. The wound looked nasty, but in actual fact, the bullet had grazed him and ricocheted off the hard, bony part of his forehead. It turns out it can actually be quite hard to lethally shoot someone in the head, but nevertheless, Eugene was incredibly lucky here. It also turned him into the coolest boy in school, a reputation he maintained from then on. And we're still friends to this day, old geezers ourselves now, I guess, and Gene often jokes that being shot in the head as a kid was the best thing that ever happened to him. Grandpa Derek managed to avoid any real trouble for owning that gun, and this was quite a while before UK gun laws became a lot stricter, so he got away with a bit of telling off from the Rousers and his daughter. The Rousers. Goddamn Rousers. The rabble Rousers. Rousers. Oh, is it not Rousers, just Rousers? Rousers. Roz. It's like Roger, but with a Z. Can teachers tell if you use AI to write stuff? I think they can. I think they can run it through different programs that show certain patterns or whatever. It's just like, I don't know, dude. It sucks that kids even have access to AI, because it basically, if they're having access to it too young, right, they don't learn just basic skills on how to like creatively think within their mind, you know what I mean? What it feels like to write, what it feels like to think, what it feels, you know, and it's like, I guess that's the whole point, right? To eventually make almost everyone just like completely reliant upon some sort of tech bullshit. Synths won't be into astrology. Dude, synths, I guarantee you, will be like the most into astrology. Like astrology, once the like whole world is reset by some strange power outage that'll be blamed on the sun, and then we get introduced to the synths, the new world religion is literally going to just be straight astrology. Teachers use AI to mark papers. See, that's kind of smart though, but at the end of the day, that's like their job. But at the same time, what even is school? If you really sit there and think about it, like what the fuck even is it? It's just like a place you go and you got to do a bunch of little menial tasks until eventually they say you can leave. which is awesome. Why do you have an oven mitt? I don't know, you should just have AI take it out of the oven. My teacher told us to use ChatGPT to write policy beliefs. What do you mean, policy beliefs? Why would you... Wouldn't it... Oh, policy briefs. Oh, okay. Like it summarizes shit for you or something like that. I would constantly submit dumbed down math proofs so as not to raise any red flags even though I didn't use it. I know, that's even more annoying, is like the fear that you might sound too much like AI and then everybody gets accused of that. Because I have known people that have had gotten accused of AI in college even though they haven't used it at all. I have genuinely hand on heart never used ChatGPT or any variant of it ever. Interesting. It's quite addicting once you start. You're like, holy shit, this is like a actual supercomputer. I'm tripping. This kid got shot with a Luger and it bounced off his forehead. How in the hell? I think it said it ricocheted off of something else first and then went and like grazed his forehead or something like that. So I guess maybe it wasn't like the point blank. I don't know. Maybe like the momentum was stopped or hit in such a way that I don't even know. This was quite a while before UK gun laws became a lot stricter, so he got away with a bit of telling off from the Rosers and his daughters and his... Okay. This was quite a while before UK gun laws became a lot stricter, so he got away with a bit of a telling off from the Rosers and his daughter, Gordon's mum. Gordon was in the absolute doghouse, though. His parents made him get rid of all of his military models and toys, and they banned us from visiting Grandpa Derek without adult supervision, mostly for Grandpa Derek's protection, really. Thankfully, things ended up okay, and Gordon grew up to become normal, a well-rounded adult. And the incident and the punishment absolutely put him off any and all interest in the military, though, and the kid who always insisted that he was going to grow up to be a soldier ended up as a manager at Sainsbury's. Jean and I still keep in touch with him, and Jean takes great delight in never letting Gordon live down the time that he shot him in the head. Damn. I feel like we've been reading forever, but I'm like only halfway done with all the text. If you're going to use AI, no matter what, have it answer your question and give it a prompt of make this sound like X wrote it. X being your grade or standing in college. That is kind of crazy. The live chat last year was more lit. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my live stream, everything's on my channel is dying. Everybody's dying and going to heck. It sucks. No, everybody's good though. Heard any voice cracks yet? I don't know. Yeah, my voice has been pretty good. All right. It's the politics for real. What about it? That's what scared everyone off? Or is it me even mentioning it that like makes things die? But I really do think like the over excessive abundance of like ads is where I started noticing the fall off in views. Because we had to like opt into that on YouTube or whatever, like to allow like automatic ads. And then I'm fairly certain that once that occurred, that's when like views started falling on like videos and stuff, because obviously you're not going to get a lot of suggested views to like new people if like a new person's never heard the channel, but they had to hear an ad every like 4 minutes, they would just be like, fuck this channel. So, I don't know. Hopefully they'll get it figured out. Like I said, I'm a teacher. It's obvious for us with what students submit. If you want to go under the radar, that's unfortunately what will get you through us. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're familiar with like the kids writing baseline or something, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if like initially they have students write papers in, you know what, actually this would be a good system. On day one, you do assessments, and you just like have them write a certain essay or length of essay in real time at the school for like an hour or whatever. And then you take that, what they submitted, and use that as like their baseline to like compare. Obviously you hope that they get better, but then you use that as like a baseline to compare so that you run it through the program and see if like any of their writing has deviated too much or things like that are really, really obvious. I mean, you might get some false positives or whatever, and you could do various like writing assessments throughout the year. But I could totally see like students like work being thrown into a, you know, compiling all of it to create some sort of profile of the student and their capabilities. I don't listen as much as ads interfere. But that just sucks. It's like I can't do anything about it. Like I try to remove the ads, but it seems like YouTube just forces it on people. And I genuinely don't really know what to do. I can go ad-free. I'm not, because if I were to go completely ad-free on the channel wouldn't make any money at all. But I don't know, I specifically had it so it runs like a pre-roll ad and then like maybe one or two in the middle. But now it seems like YouTube just like takes their liberty and puts whatever they want. I finished high school a few years ago, just before COVID hit. In my senior year, though, my buddy James became a major weirdo after getting heavily into anime. Now listen, I'm not trying to generalize here. I'm into all that kind of stuff as well. I loved Dragon Ball Z as a kid, and I've kept up with a few animes over the years like Bleach, Tokyo Ghoul, Attack on Titan, etc. I love Akira and Ghost in the Shell as much as the next man, and Spirited Away is my favorite movie of all time. Now, I'm not here to dunk on James for liking anime. The problem is the kind of anime he became obsessed with and how it changed him as a person. I think you can probably guess the type. I won't go into details. It happened after he broke his leg just before summer break leading into our senior year. He was immobile, so he spent the whole summer shut away in his room, watching anime and posting about it online. At first, I thought it was great. I was the one who'd tried to get him into a few shows previously, but then his tweets and Facebook posts got weirder and weirder. And like I said, I won't go into details and give examples. You just can imagine the kind of weird waifu type of posts or he became a furry. Baileys from a shoe. I only skipped the super long ads, the 30-minute tractor ad. You don't sit and just watch the whole thing. Now I have the Death Note intro playing in my head. You took a hood and got oh wait, what show is that? Am I singing the Naruto intro? I don't even remember. What is that? What even is the Death? I watched Death Note recently. I don't know. I forget what it was. Oh, I am right. Okay, perfect. I'm such a weeb, bro. I'm such a weeb. What's up, Erica? That's what we try to do for diagnostics. We have kids write long prompts in the beginning and then again at the end. Unfortunately, there are many deviations that we have no explanations. Yeah, I feel like you would have to do like more periodic diagnostics or whatever as you go, like maybe like 4 times total a year or something. Just like maybe throughout the quarters, just to see how people have progressed, because I'm sure some of them do get better at writing. But I imagine AI could definitely be used for students to learn a lot too, to like help them correct their stuff in real time, and could almost be used as like a fun little writing program. You can imagine the kind of weird waifu types of posts, just strange and a bit perverted. Now he's always been kind of a milady, nice guy type, but harmless with it. He was a bit of a goofball, just a sort of silly, fun guy. And after that summer, though, he was downright odd. He'd also gotten some kind of job working online, so between a lack of going out and an increase in disposable income, he'd developed the means to start a particular collection. I first saw it when I got back from a European vacation with my family. I'd been on vacation for just over 3 weeks, so I hadn't seen James in that time. I dropped by his house to check in on him, and it turned out to be the day that he'd had his cat. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I dropped by his house to check in on him, and it turned out to be the day that he'd had his cast removed. He was back on his feet, so to speak. James led me up to his room and proudly displayed his brand new wall of shelves filled with anime figurines. They weren't normal anime figurines, no. They were all girls, and most of them were in various states of undress. James told me that the collection was displayed in order of when he'd first bought them, and I could see a noticeable uptick in explicit imagery as I went down the shelves. It started out with just girls, then girls in bikinis, and then girls wearing less than bikinis, and then girls engaging in, acts. James was sort of super proud of his collection and almost thought that he was We have a formal and informal assessments. Formal goes into grades, while formal is used to see the progress of students without any real doc on them. Informal is also used to advise. Bro, I can already see it. I can already see it. There's probably going to become some type of like standardized profile that's like centralized to like the Department of Education or some shit, where all of these students' like capabilities and like assessment scores and all like those sort of permanent record type things will be compiled into like a larger AI system. I can already see it. It's a vision. Well, I mean like the future Department of Education. The new highly improved one that's going to be basically used to create actual permanent records of other human beings from the time they're born to the time they join the army. James was like super proud of his collection, and I almost thought he was trolling me, if not for the fact that he'd clearly spent thousands of dollars on these plastic girls. It made for the most painfully awkward, uncomfortable afternoon. If you've never spent a few hours with a guy talking you through all the plastic toy girls he owns, while the girls in question gaze at you lustfully, then I severely don't recommend it. It was a big yikes. School started back up after summer break, and I was kind of dreading seeing James again after following his social media posts and seeing his collection. I hadn't exactly been one of the cool kids in the first place, but I'd seen some of the replies James had been getting from our friends and classmates, and I knew that they were laughing at him, not only behind his back, but straight to his face. James had been my best buddy for 3 years that we'd been in. James. Jesse. James had been my best bud for the 3 years that we'd been in high school together. There was no way that I wouldn't end up seen as uncool by association. It would have been different, and I felt like I could stand up for him or justify his weirdness, but nude anime chicks, come on, man, at least keep it to yourself. And sure enough, when school started again, James was just talking about anime and waifus and crap like that nonstop. And looking back, I should have told him to go pound sand much earlier than I did, but I was too nice for my own damn good. Or too lazy, I don't know. Thankfully, James wasn't my only friend, so I started hanging out with Peter and Trent more often, messing around on our skateboards or hanging out in the quad. Strength in numbers meant that even though James was around, I wasn't too tarnished by his weird anime girl brush. Girl brush? Wasn't too... Joel, pick an anime. Pick one? Frieren. The most boring anime on Earth. Strength in numbers meant that even though James was around, I wasn't too tarnished by his weird anime girl persona. And then the transfer student showed up. Her name was Hai. She was a Korean American, and of course James was immediately hopelessly smitten by her. He was a sad loser though, so of course the idea of just introducing himself to her and being normal never occurred to him. Instead, he got this idea from some anime he'd watched that the way to Hai's heart was leaving notes from a mysterious admirer in her locker. This lasted for 3 notes. I'm the Wigglytuff. I'm Trigglypuff. Unfortunately, it's already happening. Formal and informal assessments are all being logged under the guise of keeping logs. We used to be able to expunge, now it's just gone, but still noted. Yeah, I imagine like collected somewhere. It's weird. Future is going to be very, very weird. It's strange. You know what's so strange to think about the future, though? It's just that, like, whatever dystopian aspects of it that occur are a manifestation of, like, talented people. Not just in the creation of it, but, like, going all the way back to, like, authors. Like, a science fiction author who writes something right now that's going to be, like, new and profound and interesting, all they're really doing is, like, putting these concepts out into the world that can be sought after or replicated or give inspiration to those sort of like evil scientists that eventually create the brave new world we're heading towards. This lasted for 3 notes when Hai caught him slipping the 3rd note into her locker. The way Hai reacted sealed her doom, though. You see, it turns out that Hai was one of the nicest, kindest, sweetest people ever put on God's green earth, and so her natural reaction to James' unrequited love was to let him down gently by telling him she wasn't looking to date anyone right now. She followed this by trying to be a good friend to him. On one hand, I wasn't complaining because it meant that one of the prettiest girls I'd ever seen was hanging out around me. On the other hand, it meant that James would not stop harassing her and hitting on her. He was just gross, always making suggestive comments, always leering at her, being real vulgar and awful, and I just kind of smiled and took it. Meanwhile, she and I were getting close. I'm not sure whether James had worked this out already, but he started showing us photos of his anime figure. Witness firsthand exactly what you're saying. I've had fourth graders writing their own stories through an assessment, but do not want to share it with their teacher out of stealing their story. Really? Little kids are nervous about someone stealing their story? Interesting. I just meant it from the perspective of like, even if you were to be a successful author who makes money off of your writing, there's still like someone just sort of like tangentially who's going to absorb your concept of like some, future dystopia that, utilizes a overarching AI to compile everyone's profiles and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like there's someone hearing that whenever they're commissioned by the government to find a manner in which to compile everyone's data, the inspiration, even though it's not like hyper technical, is going to come from that idea. It's just weird to think like the strange butterfly effects that our imaginations have on the world around us, you know what I mean? I'm not sure whether James had worked this out already, but he started showing us photos of his anime girl figurine collection. He'd constantly buy new figures and thrust his phone in our face, showing weird photographs of his silly little statues. And I was very polite about it, but it made her more and more uncomfortable until one day, she broke down in tears in my car and told me just how awful James was making her feel. And that's when she showed up. The forbidden books. I spend longer deliberating over if I should watch something when it'd be easier to just watch a few episodes. You see my nostrils. That's when she showed me the DMs. It turns out James had been privately messaging her with his fantasies about her and being his waifu. To this day, I'm not sure that he knew or even cared that she was Korean, not Japanese. Again, not giving examples, but it was vile. And of course, it made my blood boil extra hot because I was really starting to actually fall for this girl. Now, next day at school, I told James in no uncertain terms to back off and leave Hai the frick alone. Amazingly, that worked for about a week. And then, all the madness started. Explicit images were stuck all over Hai's locker. She found an open condom in her bag. Someone wrote a slur on my locker. Someone keyed my car. Crudely photoshopped images of Hai's face stuck on these H-girls that we found around school. And, of course, it was James. He managed to avoid me directly for a few days, and then one day he came storming towards us in the quad, and he started ranting, yelling, crying even about how Hai had broken his heart and ruined him. And then he grabbed her. James grabbed Hai, pulled her towards him into an... Hiya. but I'm the nice guy. You will kiss me. The No Child Left Behind legislation was a huge mistake. Oh, I know what it is, but is it that they was it that they lowered certain standards to allow kids to make it through school easier, or did they just lower the curriculum? Like, what was the outcome with that? You should read revenge stories sometime. I need ideas to make my neighbors lose their minds without doing what I want to do. Yeah, I think I have revenge stories on the channel from like a year ago or something like that. What's my favorite candy? I really like Reese's stuff, but I also really like Swedish Fish. This dude sounds like he runs with his arms behind him. Hopefully he has like a fedora and like fingerless gloves. Hello, my lady. It's a pleasure to meet you. As you know, I am in charge of moderating many internet communities. And if people choose to disrespect our terms of services, they will be rightly punished. You say Reese's weird. Yeah, Reese's. Reese's, that's right. Sorry. Reese's, yeah. But I've heard people say Reese's as well. How do you spell it? Reese's. Yeah, Reese's Pieces. I actually don't fucking know. Reese's. Racist Pieces. Racist peanut butter cups. Every time you eat them, you think a bad thought. Hey, I'm gonna look it up actually. Reese's. Oh yeah, the fast breaks are so good, dude. I had one of those. Rhymes with pieces. I don't know if it, wait. Reese's piece? I think it's Reese's. Because I'm on Forvo, that site that I use for pronunciations, and it's Reese's. And I've pretty much been to Hershey's Park. So I've been to the source of its creation. Reese's. Like Reese. Like you have a friend named Reese, or you know someone who has a last name named Reese. So it's Reese's Pieces. How did I say it? Reese's. If you say Reese's. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's fucking chocolate with peanut butter, and it's fucking great. And I love it. And I love that there's 10,000 different versions of it. Reese's Pieces. Alright. Then he grabbed her. James grabbed high, pulled her towards him into an embrace, and according to him, accidentally groped her chest. She screamed. I screamed. Then I was on James, punching and pummeling and pounding him, feeling his face under my fists, all my rage and disgust at him just pouring out. I was suspended for about a month while the school administration pieced things together. Thankfully, there was security footage and witness testimony that James had grabbed high and groped her. I very narrowly avoided expulsion and a criminal record. Thankfully, everyone was so disgusted with James, even his family, that I got off lightly. I absolutely do not recommend solving your problems by punching them repeatedly in the face. I regret what I did, but not because I feel bad for James. James pretty much got away with assaulting High, and she wouldn't press charges because she was worried that it would get me in pretty much get me in trouble. Sarah, our lady with the 2 says, do you have a P.O. box? We can send you Reese stuff. See, that would be kind of awesome, actually. Have a P.O. box and everybody just sends you snacks all the time. But I don't have a P.O. box because I'm afraid that snack will just be like a glitter-filled pile of poop. And I really don't want to put poop on my fingers. But thank you, Sarah. Greasy pieces. We started a whole theme park related to candy filled with grease. Do I like dark chocolate? I like dark chocolate, but I do like milk chocolate more so. You know, obviously dark chocolate's quite a bit more bitterer. Also, I watched a little bit of a documentary, not that long though, of the Zodiac Killer. And who do you guys think was the Zodiac Killer? And not just Ted Cruz, but like, do you think it was the dude, like the teacher that was in that area? Because there were some circumstances there that seemed the cop. It was like some teacher and he got in trouble for like molesting kids or something and got fired. But there were like circumstances that was saying that he was, like the day that those kids got stabbed, he got pulled over in the area and had a bloody knife in his car, and that the police asked him what it was for, and he said he was killing a chicken. Like, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, alright, be on your way then. Yeah, that's the one I was watching on Netflix. Or it's like a multi-part thing. But I wasn't really sure because then my friend was like convinced that like the yarn that they were trying to spin on Netflix was completely false. That the teacher had gotten like a completely bad rap because that cartoonist or whatever that became obsessed with like, you know, crafting a narrative around the teacher being guilty was basically just like selling books or something like that. I don't know. Like, they basically know who it was, but because he's dead, they can't actually fully confirm it. Wait, who did they confirm it to be? I know nothing about him really other than, like, they were saying they definitely know it was him. 2 of my high school teachers got arrested on child porn after I graduated. Funny thing is, I thought they were just being friendly to all kids. That's crazy. What the fuck? 2 of your teachers? Holy shit, the whole school was infected. Fairly recent development, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I was kind of curious if it like timed up with the documentary or like disagreed with what was said in the documentary. You know, there's this other guy who got arrested for it, but later released he was sus too. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be kind of fun to do a whole little reading about that, maybe have Sam dig into it. Okay, sorry, where was I? James got oh yeah. Absolutely. I absolutely do not recommend solving your problems by punching them repeatedly in the face. I regret what I did, but not because I feel bad for James. James pretty much got away with assaulting Hai, and she wouldn't press charges because she was worried that it would get James pretty much got away with assaulting Hai, and she wouldn't press charges because she was worried that worried it. Why does that sound so fucking weird? She was worried it'd. Just say worried it would. Unless your new podcast is great, man. Congrats on the collab with John. Thank you, Lyric. Appreciate you, dude. I'm excited about it too. Excited to see where things go. Get it together. I'm trying. James pretty much got away with murder, like the Zodiac Killer. James pretty much got away with assaulting Hai, and she wouldn't press charges because she was concerned that it would get me in worse trouble. Honestly, she was probably right, but I hated that creepy anime James. Honestly, she was probably right, but I hated that creepy anime James basically. Honestly, she was probably right, but I hated that creepy anime James basically got away with it and had nothing more than a bruised face and a oh my god. You picture me in the stories. I'm pretty much James in this story. Except all my figurines are Funko Pops. But I hated that creepy anime James basically got away with it and had nothing more than a bruised face and a deservedly damaged reputation. At least he eventually transferred schools, and via some Facebook stalking, I had the satisfaction of knowing that he didn't graduate that year and actually had to repeat his senior year. Now I know this story would be a lot scary from scarier from Hi's perspective, but I kid you not, she feels bad for talking smack about James. She. I know this story would be a lot scarier from Hi's perspective, but, and I kid you not, she feels bad for talking smack about James. So she asked me to send this in from my perspective instead. And in case you're wondering, Hi and I are still together 6 years later, and as for James, we can only guess. Alright, freaking crazy, dude. Damn, dude, I'm not really sure why, but I feel like we've been reading a long time, but feel like I'm not close to being done. Give you back the Diddy oil. The whole vat of it. The entire barrel. Did you catch the RFK Jr. brainworm? Yeah, dude, that thing crawled right in my asshole. I got it from a vaccine. The very first time I heard your voice, it was a story starting with you saying, I was a 14-year-old girl. Yeah, that, like, you probably know Axeman cartoons, but he, on the back of his, on like the background of his computer is like, I forget what the actor's name is, but he has like a big like handlebar, gray mustache. And then like in text above his head, it just says, I was a 14-year-old girl. Because that was like his exact same experience as like hearing me talk about sorry, I got distracted. Anyways, I'm 14. I'm a girl. I identify as such. I had a friend in high school who very nearly ruined my life. Their name was Leo, and they were smart, like genius level smart. Their name was Leo, and they were smart, genius level smart. Too smart for his own good, really, which is why I got bored and did things to amuse himself. I hadn't really known him coming up through middle school and most of high school. I was kind of an average, normal kid who was decently okay at school and decently good at football and baseball. Most of my buddies were more jock types, and Leo was a quiet, smart kid who I always just figured was a band geek or a theater kid. Well, he was certainly theatrical anyway. One day in junior year, he just walked up to me, introduced himself, and told me that he was going to become my new best pal. I was kind of amused by this, and I'm a pretty easygoing and placid fella, so I'd sort of say, sure, why not? And from then on, he spent the next year just hanging out. We spent the next year. You taught me how to read at 14. It's true. I didn't know. Imagine that. Imagine if I didn't know how to read till 14 and then I became the coolest reader on the net. On the Netscape. Hey, Code Fairy, thank you. Yeah, your friend Leon S. Kennedy. I met a dude who couldn't read and he had to be 40. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's like in the same sort of argument of like, you can't know what you don't know, and if no one ever taught you how to change a flat tire, or no one ever taught you how to like shoot a basketball, and if no one ever taught you how to like read, it's hard to expect anything from them. I heard Russia is putting 50,000 troops on its border with Ukraine. Nice, dude. When are they gonna chill out, man? From then on, we spent the next year just hanging out, playing video games, going to the mall, fishing, just normal stuff that kids in the 2010s would do. I grew to really like this Leo guy, and he was a bit strange and mysterious, but it didn't really bother me. We'd never hang out at his house, and I never met his family or knew anything about them. He told me he had a younger brother who died, but I later found out that wasn't even true. He had an older sister as well. Oh my gosh. He told me he had a... Putin's helicopter was drone attacked. That is kind of crazy. I feel like Putin seems kind of like this like Wile E. Coyote type who always seems to just get away. I also heard that like the newest president of Syria also has like a $10 million bounty on their head as like the previous leader of Al-Qaeda. Is this true? And I was just thinking like I don't know, they put him in a nice suit or something like that and then shaved his, terrorist beard and was like, there you go. There's your president. He told me he had a younger brother who died, but I later found out that wasn't even true. He had an older sister who was alive. And that was the first weird thing about Leo. Almost everything he told me during the few months that we were friends was some lie. Just completely made up, but in a meaningless way. He told me he lived in one part of town. It turned out to be another. Not for any possible reason either, it just was a part of him amusing himself, I guess. I have no way of knowing exactly the extent of how many lies he told me in that time, but knowing what I know, I'm pretty sure everything he said had a degree of untruth to it. And like I said, Leo would get bored and do kind of insane things just to amuse himself. When all of this was over, he confessed to me that at first, he wanted to see if he could befriend someone and sustained act. When all of this was over, he confessed to me that at first, he wanted to see if he could befriend someone and sustain acting like a completely different person to them. Why? Well, he would just say that he was bored. And if this was the extent of it, then it would be a pretty creepy and pointless but ultimately harmless thing. Unfortunately, it didn't stop there. I discovered the following through hindsight, so bear in mind that I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. His project was to steal something from my house every time he visited. It was always something meaningless that we wouldn't notice was gone or wouldn't assume had been stolen. A bottle of bleach, a ceramic banana, a small ornament from my grandma's. A bottle of bleach, a ceramic banana, a small ornament from my Gram's bedroom. My grandma lived with us when I was a high schooler. A pill from a prescription bottle, various other things I forgot because they were just so insignificant. And I only know about it because Leo presented them all to me one day and just said, wait, oh. Non-brown eye energy. Saying someone has non-brown eye energy is like the same as astrology space racism. It's just like a way to categorize people and generalize them in like roundabout ways. You're gonna steal my sock and put it on a pedestal. You're gonna put it on your door. Wear 2 eye patches. I'm doing a reading challenge run. Yes, I am a skinwalker. Have I ever been cheated on? No, thankfully not. But I've had a lot of friends who have been cheated on, and it seems pretty garish. Pretty garish, if I do say so. Yeah, you see, I do the cheating. You gotta cheat on them first, so you can beat them to the punch. A pill from a prescription bottle. Various other things I forget because they were so insignificant. I only know about it because Leo presented them all to me one day. You'll see. His penultimate game was to convince me to be afraid of him. We were in senior year by this point, and he did this by repeatedly dropping hints that he was a serial killer. I didn't work out what some of this meant at the time. He'd tell me that he enjoyed hurting a neighborhood cat, or casually let slip that he'd been following a woman in the dark. And then he started referring to his trophies, and when I asked about them, he became coy and mysterious. And this is when I kind of stopped enjoying hanging out with Leo. I gradually started to drift away from him, and we went on with our lives. Then his final game began. One day I was minding my own business, happily working away in math class when I get called to the office. I had no idea why, of course, so my first thought was something bad had happened at home. This made me anxious and a bit jumpy, which really didn't help, and when I got there, the principal and her secretary were waiting for me, along with a member of the security team. They told me they needed to search my bag in my locker, and to this day I have no idea if they were really allowed to do this, but I had no reason to deny them. First, I emptied out my school bag. Nothing weird to note here, just some books and a pair of gym socks. I remember the principal and the security guard giving each other an odd look. I didn't even think to ask what was going on. I was still generally shell-shocked. Next, they marched me to my locker. They opened it up and searched through everything and again found nothing. And now I finally asked what was up. Sternly, the principal told me that they'd received reports from multiple students about me. I'd been talking about a quote-unquote hit list and had confided... It's not a hit list, Teach. It was people I wanted to have sex with. Jesus. Just wanted to check them off the old box. It's always worth asking whether someone might simply not have been provided with the appropriate tools for education before dunking on them for stupidity. Yeah, I hate that shit, man. I mean, I don't know. You learn, you know what I mean? Like some kids learn how to play like concert level piano at age 3, but they probably don't make fun of like other people in their life for not playing concert level piano. I don't know, just stupid. Sometimes people just, like, that's the definition, I guess, of ignorance. Like, there's kind of that definition where you feel like someone's just kind of being a bit rude, and then there's actual ignorance and the absolute definition where it's just like they are ignorant to a reality, like they have no idea. I'm a hipster. I've got my beret on right now and my scarf and my framed glasses, sipping on espresso. Do I wear plaid? That'd be funny. I wear the exact... Now that I work for Mr. Ballin, he makes all of us wear his exact outfit, so we all just like look like clones of him. That'd be really funny. Just like an army. That'd be a great bar crawl. That'd be an amazing bar crawl. Like everybody dresses up like Mr. Ballin and does a bar crawl. Roki the Fur with another 10 gifters. To Kunlile, Lucas Locky, Mabel Dragon, Shan Simakaski, Misty Davis, Killer Cuts, Mason Higley, Lit Gaming, Heather Thomas, and Sailor Nemesis. Thank you. Roki, very kind of you. Yeah. He just has like a warehouse filled with them. That'd be amazing. Oh, man. Uh-oh. Man. I've been talking a parent. Oh my gosh. What's up, Erica? Welcome back. Wart. How do I feel about milk? I love milk, dude. It's awesome. Apparently, I'd been talking about a hit list and had confided in a few kids that I had a locker full of firearms at school. Now, of course, all of this was nonsense, and the accusations made me freak out. I broke down in tears there in the hallway. I guess my reaction was so severe that they believed me because the secretary even took me back to the office and made me some tea. I asked who'd accused me because they must be trying to frame me for some reason. The secretary stressed that she couldn't tell me anything, but that it had come from multiple students. And I was so confused. Again, let me remind you that I had no idea about Leo's games at this point. At most, I just thought that he was an unsettling weirdo. A week or so later, I got an apology from the school. They were pretty brash about it, but they said that after further investigation, it turned out that the accusation against me was not credible, and that the students themselves had been misled and thought that they were helping. This last part, in particular, made me extra suspicious and curious, but I was so relieved not to be under suspicion that I just let everything drop. I only found out the truth of everything after graduation. I just started college away in a different state. I had no idea where Leo had gone away to college, and I didn't care to know. I'd always suspected that he had something to do with those accusations against me. Ollie, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. You want strong bones? The best way to get strong bones is to lift weights, because your bone density will increase. Are cats and humans the only ones who drink milk past infancy? Yeah, I feel like I've seen a cat go into like a supermarket and buy a whole gallon. They also run farms. Do I like hugs? Yeah, I like hugs. Sometimes you kind of just want to, like, when someone does give you a hug, you kind of just want to go in there for a while and just kind of chill. You know what I mean? They come in for a hug and you just want to, like, kind of, like, rest your face against their bosom and just kind of take a deep breath in it. You know what I mean? Kind of just, like, collect their scent for a bit and just take them in, you know what I mean? But then you realize very quickly that if you did that too often, that you'd probably go to jail. So you just do it quick and you're like, hey, good to see you. Maybe you just peck their neck. You give their neck a quick smooch. You might say, what the fuck was that? And I'll say, nothing, you dumb bitch. You didn't feel nothing. And then I say goodnight. So glad I made it to the little of the stream. Congrats too, by the way. Thank you, Freezer. Good to see you. And Heather, what's up, Heather? I'd always suspected he had something to do with the accusations against me. I'm sure he deliberately waited until we'd gone our separate ways and he couldn't be traced before emailing him. And like I said before, I was a placid and easygoing kid, but I think I would have kicked the crap out of Leo over this if I'd been able to. I got an email. He sent it to my private college email address, of course, just to flex to show that he could track me down, I'm sure. And that's when he told me the truth about everything, or what I'm supposed to believe is the truth anyway. All the random, meaningless lies he told me compared to what the truth actually was. A whole bunch of things that were dizzy and... Poppy Grace, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. What's up, Sandra? Welcome back. But anything cool happening? Lift weights. Damn it, I've been extracting my bones each night and soaking them in milk. That would be smart. Hit them with a hammer till they get real strong. What's my favorite Vine? Roadworks. I sure hope it does. It's weird sometimes, like, thinking about Vine, because some of the old classic Vines almost, like, reminds me of the same energy you get from, like, kind of, like, cringe millennial shit that from, like, 2008, right? It's strange. It's, like, for some reason, Vine feels like ancient, you know, holy relics of, like, the internet. But at the same time, they have the exact same energy of, like, actual ancient relics of the internet. What the dog doing? I know videos do go viral, in the sense that you share them with, like, thousands of other people or whatever, but I do kind of miss that sense of Vine where it seems like everyone saw one video, you know? Why'd they get rid of Vine when it's been duplicated several times? I don't know. I think Twitter, I do remember hearing, like, Twitter bought all the data from Vine or something really weird like that, but I guess they just, like, never officially brought it back because they all have their, you know, subcategory of shorts anyways. You had 10 million on Vine? What do you mean you had 10 million? Did you actually have 10 million, like, views on Vine? That's pretty sick. Watermelon. Yeah, Watermelon was one of my favorites, too. I feel bad when, like, some of those guys, you know, you got Logan Paul and Jake Paul, like, popping off on YouTube and stuff, but then some of those guys that were just equally as good, if not funnier, got no, like, sick deal from YouTube. Can I pet that dog? A whole bunch of things that were just utterly meaningless. And next he revealed all the things that he'd stolen from my house. He'd taken a photograph of all the items. It had a copy of that day's newspaper in the picture too. Another pathetic little flex, I guess. I'm sure he thought it made him seem cool and sinister that he kept all those items. To me, it just seemed pathetic. The idea of him transporting all this crap to his new life away at college just felt so sad to me. And then he... Oh my gosh, Roki. I don't even know if I've been able to keep up with how many you've done. Do you edit out the mischievous dog sound in your normal video? Yeah, I don't use the audio from my live streams to edit the videos. I use a separate microphone. But Roki, thank you so much for the 10 gifters to Heather Evans, Jamie, Andrew Robinson, Michelangelo 88, Matthew, Ethan Hunt, Wickerman Proxy, Withered Cassette, and Raven. Welcome, friends, to the Buttersock Call. Be sure to thank Roki for their very, very kind flooding of members. Yeah, Roki is a trillionaire. That's $50, that's like $250 of, like, subs tonight. So thank you so much, Roki. You really don't have to do that, but that's very kind. Mischievous Froggy. Oh my gosh. And then he went on and on about the serial killer stuff, how he'd been trying to scare me and hoped it had worked. And I guess it sort of had, now. And then finally he explained how he managed to convince a bunch of students I was going to do something terrible at school. how he'd managed to work things so that nobody knew the rumors came from him, and everybody involved genuinely thought that they were doing good by reporting me. And then he made sure to add that it was also his doing when he'd found... Yeah, Roki is Oprah. Ropra. I'm gonna match the memberships. I guess so, yeah. I think the max I can do is like 50 or something in one go, but yeah. Have I played Battlefront 2? Is that Star Wars Battlefront 2? Oddly enough, I actually watched some gameplay of that game for a while the other night. I don't think I'll play it, but it's pretty to look at. Is it gaining popularity again? Do you think there will be a trillionaire in our lifetime? I think there already are trillionaires. Like, I mean, any of like the dynasty banking families probably are trillionaires, depending on how many assets they control. I imagine any of like the sort of like intelligence agencies that manage however many assets probably are like the concept is of a trillionaire exists. And then yeah, I imagine, I don't even know, maybe Jeff Bezos or some shit whenever he like buys the first asteroid that you can mine or something with like a ridiculous amount of resources on it. Do I play Marvel Rivals? I used to, but it got kind of boring because the healers are just like so OP, and then the only way to kill the healers is with like more OP and not fun flanking heroes that don't really require a lot of skill. And so the game just has a really weird flow to it that's not like fun. I never heard of Overwatch. It sounds like it's made for people that are not cool and lame. Pablo Escobar was a trillionaire. If he was really a trillionaire or even a billionaire, I'm sure he wouldn't be in trouble right now. He would have figured it out. That would have been funny. I mean, I sometimes do wonder about those like excessively wealthy cartel people, and if they were intelligent enough to like, you know, figure out how to, I don't know, buy an entire nation, they probably could stay safe. Pop Joel Escobar. I'm gonna be the first trillionaire YouTuber. How you been doing, house? Sleep Cup? What's Sleep Cup? Is that a new business we started? Have you played the new Overwatch 2 game mode? It's pretty neat. Able to get perks and boost your abilities. Yeah, it was like Stadium or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'll have to try it again, but I just don't really care. How's the gym going? It's good. Same old. There's like a big thing in like gyms tomorrow or whatever, like the Murph, since it's Memorial Day. There's like a fallen soldier workout or whatever. I may or may not do it. I don't know. Stadium mode was fun until it got sweaty because it's competitive. Oh, that's what I don't understand. Like, Overwatch went from twerking. Holy shit, Roki, the fur with the $50 says, I gave 50 memberships tonight. Now it's your turn. You can send them while you twerk for me. Twerk for me, daddy. All right, let me get on. The thing is like, I couldn't do it from the one menu, so I have to go into my stream from YouTube right quick. Okay, sick. Let's see if we can do it. Show support. Membership gifting. 50 memberships. Holy shit. That is $250. That is fucking insane, bro. It's literally a sub for sub moment right here. You're gonna make me broke. JK. There you go, guys. Enjoy. Roki, thank you so much, man. It's really, really kind.
Mischievous dog.
Yeah, I'm gonna break my hip twerking. I mean, I guess it is possible. Throw out my spine. I don't know, it's almost like too many to read, but there you go, guys.
Mischievous dog.
Thank Roki for this one. Now you got access to bonus content, baby.
Mischievous dog.
I know. It's funny. Like some people who don't even come into the stream will get like notified. They're like, I got a membership, but I don't even know what to do with it. You feel like manually subscribing 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Should have just waited it out. Oh, shit. Thank you either way, though. No worries. Mischievous froggy dog. Mischievous froggy style. Then he made sure to add that it was also his doing when I'd been found innocent. Because he didn't want me to suffer from being falsely accused, Because he didn't want me to suffer from being falsely accused, he just wanted me to know that he could. And when I think about it, that's true. It could have been so much worse. If someone sets their mind to ruining you, there's a good chance that they can do some degree, especially when you're a kid and can't necessarily work out how to fight back. If Leo had wanted to make things a lot worse for me back then, he probably could have, because he was literally bored. And that's why I decided not to even reply to his email. Let him get it out of his system and forget me. And I never did hear from him again. It's been quite a few years now, but anytime something goes wrong for me, I have to wonder. Anytime something happens that I can't explain, my first thoughts go to Leo. Is he back? Is he screwing with me again? Has he thought of another game? I have no idea what became of Leo since he last emailed me, but I hope he's occupied. I really don't want to find out what happens if he ever gets bored enough to remember me again. Alright guys, I think we got one more story here before we end, so I will go ahead and I'm going to take some of my magnesium, get some tea, run to the bathroom. Feel free to take a break, talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back, my friends. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I'll be honest. I took a big shit. But I feel good. How many stories we got left? We have one story left. I'm sorry that it has to be a short one, but you heard that fart. You felt it through your whole house. Would I match another 50? I mean, objectively speaking, I would. Nothing stopping me from doing it. But I don't want, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do anything like that. But it's up to you. Roki, what do you do for work, Mr. Bags O Money? Oh man, this tea is so good, bro. Holy shit. That's so crazy, bro.
Mischievous dog.
50 memberships from Roki. At least we know every person on the entire subscriber list is going to get to listen to bonus content. Jesus Christos. That's so kind, man. Thank you so much. Have you ever mixed black tea with Diet Coke? That does sound yummy. Damn, bro. Yeah, except Matt. Matt just gets skipped over. I'm sorry. All right. Well, let's do it again, shall we? Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, dude. We're just fucking throw it out there, dude. Who cares, man? Fuck it. Blah. What about you? Well, you're about to get one right now. Yeah, he's literally Pablo Escobar Jr. How do you receive? I think you can turn something on in your Google account. Your Google. Google.com. They just keep coming. They won't stop. Oh man, we got a whole crowd of mischievous frogs. Thank you again, Roki. Very, very kind. Oh, you should do part 1 of the absolute best piece of bonus content you've ever done in 29 days. Wait, what do you... I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Oh my god, Sam didn't get anything again, yeah. Honestly, if you think about it, it's like us shooting arrows into the sky and you just happen to not get hit. But they are an arrow of blessing. How to get over fear of heights? Probably just exposure therapy. You just gotta do it. Know what it feels like. Last night, USA won the Ice Hockey World Championship for the first time in 65 years. Did I watch the game? I did not. I feel bad. That does sound like a monumentous day. But I do like the idea of hockey. I just don't watch it. I'm terrified of the ocean, but I've been out on a boat now 4 times. Yeah, I guess you just gotta get familiar, but honestly, I kind of understand your fear of the ocean. Simpson, thank you for the 1 gifter too. Benito Padrosa. Thank you, Simpson. But yeah, I'm scared of the open water. Not my favorite. Ah, yeah, the fights. Is there a way to gift a specific member? There is on Twitch, but I don't think they have it on YouTube yet. Alright guys, last story here. Oh my god, Miss Cookie didn't get one either. Miss Cake did, but not Miss Cookie. So just a quick story that I wanted to send to you. I wanted to tell you about an absolutely terrifying encounter I had with a now very much ex-friend of mine. This was a few years ago when I was living in Brighton in the United Kingdom. I had this mate, we'll call him Ken. And like me, Ken was part of Brighton's thriving LGBTQIP2SAA+ scene. Whereas I'm a pansexual woman, Ken was a very flamboyantly gay man. Despite being pansexual, a panda-sexual. I only have sex with zoo animals. Justin Balas, welcome to the butter, or no, thank you for the 10 gifters. To the butter, Saki and Cult. Joel has a money kink. A money kink and a breeding kink. I like to accrue raw minerals and procreate. No other human has ever wanted to do that, ever. Attracted to flying saucers, yeah. Don't ever take a pansexual to Area 51. It gets crazy. Despite being pansexual, I'm nearly always only attracted to guys. So Ken and I would have many nights out in the pole, gossiping over dudes, pulling hotties, and all sorts of good times. He was quite the giggle, but for 2 years of our friendship, I would have told you that Ken didn't have a bad bone in his body. But boy, was I bloody wrong. That Friday evening, Ken dropped by for some pre-drinks before we were going to hit the nightlife. It was peak summer, and a big party was going down in Brighton Beach, hosted by a local radio station. Me and Ken were sipping daiquiris and talking about something, probably BGT or Strictly or some show we used to watch back then. And that's when I casually mentioned that I was meeting up with a new Tinder date at the party that night. And Ken sort of froze and looked really weird. I asked him what was up, and he launched into a rant about meeting strangers on the internet. Now, bear in mind, this wasn't too long ago, so it was way after online dating apps had become totally normal. And I laughed and told him that he sounded like my old nan, and not to be such a worrywart. Ken wouldn't let it go, though. He just kept going on and on about it, how it was a bad idea to meet a guy from Tinder and I'd regret it. And I laughed and maybe snapped it. I ate a snapper. Oh, man. Honestly, like, if you really think about it, if there were no sharks in the ocean, would you go in the ocean? Still. Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Hey guys, it's Ken Kniff from Brighton. Still no. Not scared of sharks? Why the hell are you not scared of sharks? That was the whole point of Jaws. You know what I realized though? I personally think sharks are not sentient, if that makes sense. I have a theory, a game theory, that sharks are actually some sort of strange biomechanical ocean cleaner. Like they exist solely, like based solely on instinct. In the same way that maybe like what do you call those things? Like the little hover round things that like vacuum your room or whatever. Where if it were to just like bump into a piece of trash, it would like suck it up. I have a theory that that's just how a shark works. That it's, in my opinion, I think sharks are like more a Roomba, yeah. I feel like sharks are just the Roomba of the ocean that operate based on just like really, really baseline level instincts, sensing blood, you know, observing base movement, bumping into things and taking a taste, and then just like lashing into like sudden and abrupt like aggressive behavior. But beyond that, I don't think that, like, and what I mean by that is, I think that their instinctual behaviors are so specific that you could literally get in the water, and as long as you did all the right things, you probably could completely avoid having any negative interaction with them entirely. As long as you never did any of the things that make them excited. As like a robot, you know what I mean? I just think they are robots of the seas. I know that sounds like you're like, well, every animal's like that. Yeah, but I don't know. There's something about sharks that seem especially instinctually based to me, to the point where you could almost like hack them. You could put frickin' sharks with laser beams attached to their head or some shit. A shark doesn't know how to charge Roomba battery. That's a good point. But a shark doesn't need to be charged. Well, I guess it does. It has to eat chum. So you don't think sharks have personality? No, I don't. I think, honestly, I think that the personalities that we sometimes place on like creatures like sharks is just a personification of the manner in which we compartmentalize other humans. Jaws did, yeah. Jaws just loved fucking killing. Yeah, how quickly they kill you is their personality. Yeah, sharks need therapy. They have major anger issues. 10 hours of Mischievous Dog ASMR. Women go into the ocean during the time of the month have come that they don't get attacked by a shark. Maybe period blood is like gross to a shark or something like that. Maybe a shark is able to like tell the difference between those components. Maybe it's something like, maybe it's literally like the thing that they're smelling is like some specific, no, I'm not saying it's like hemoglobin or something like that, but maybe it is a certain degree of like, where they like sense that smell of period blood and they're like, yuck, that's gross, I'm not going over there. I'm a fucking shark with personality, I ain't biting on that. And yes, chat, women do have periods. Let me teach you a thing or two. I laughed, and maybe snapped at him a little because I was really excited for this date, and why should Ken be panicking now? I'd met guys on Tinder before, and he'd met people on a bunch of apps. I was doing my lippy in the mirror when I saw Ken come up behind me, and he grabbed me from behind in a chokehold, his arm locked around my neck. Whoops. I was doing my lippy in the mirror when I saw Ken come up behind me. He grabbed me from behind in a chokehold, his arm locked around my neck. He started hissing something about how strange men can easily overpower me and there would be nothing I could do. I started to laugh nervously and try to wiggle away from Ken's grasp. He would not let go, and in fact, his arm tightened around my neck. I could barely breathe. My vision was starting to blur at that moment. "Get the F off of me," I shrieked, and tried jerking away from him. I elbowed him in the side, and I guess I did it harder than I meant to because I actually felt a faint crack from his ribs. And Ken absolutely lost it. He slammed me forward, smashing my face into the mirror, was shattered. Roki, oh my god. Roki the Fur, $5 says, would you match another 50? Let's give everyone a membership. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Fuck it, dude. It's Ken Kniff from Connecticut. Let's make sure Ken gets one. You get a membership, and you get a membership. At first I was thinking like, oh, well, I hope YouTube doesn't like flag that as something bad. But then I'm like, you know what? It's money in their pocket. What do they give a shit? Oh my god. Roki, thank you, bro. Thank you. Guys, be sure to kiss one of the 20 rings that Roki has on his fingers and toes, because he is a king right now. Thank you, Roki. Alright. You're lucky I just got my welfare check. Otherwise, what else would I spend this on? Mischievous Frogerson. You're kissing Roki. Oh my god. Roki, what do you do for... You don't have to say, but what the hell do you do for work, bro? You're just tossing this paper around like nuttin'. Like a pile of nut. Like a big bucket of nut. He's a trucker. Oh, shit, okay. Are you on the road right now? You must have just like beat your... Wait, do truckers get... Oh, sorry. Do you get... What's it called? Incentivizations for beating your like schedule time? I guess they got rid of that, didn't they? Because then all the truckers would just take Adderall and cocaine and stay awake all day. Dude, Roki, you'll be interested to hear. This happened a couple months ago, I guess probably back in like April or something. But my friend, he works to help with like recruiting for like football players and stuff. So he like takes the students to go like colleges and shit. And as they were driving like down to like Georgia or some state or whatever, a random trucker like ran him off the road, like transitioned into his lane, either didn't see him or anything, but just like did see him because he was kind of in front of the trucker, but transitioned over, and then the trucker just like hit the back of his car and like threw him into a ditch. And yeah, he must have been on drugs or something, but it was just so weird, because it seemed like then as they got thrown into the ditch or something, the trucker like was mad at them about it, or it was like the most weird experience. And he had to have body work done, but I don't know if he totaled his car or not. But yeah, I do believe that who gets picked is just random. I have no idea how it does it, because some people who don't even come into the stream are like, yo, I got this and this is great. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. But thank you so much, Roki. I really appreciate you. Because yeah, there's a 1 in a million chance to get a membership. That's so crazy. That's so many. Dude, I love chocolate. Alright, anyways. Let's finish this crazy story. Ken absolutely lost it. He slammed me forward, smashing my face into the mirror, which shattered with the blow. The next thing I know, I'm on the floor. Blood was pouring into my eyes, and Ken's on top of me, punching me in the face and neck. I'm screaming, howling, slapping at Ken, scratching at his face, and I felt one of my teeth break, and I spat blood and a tooth at Ken. And that must have somehow snapped him out of it, because he jumped up off of me and started screaming in terror. And then he frantically was moving about the room like something was after him, and I'd never been so scared in my entire life. Suddenly he calmed down out of nowhere, sat on the sofa, and just started sobbing quietly to himself. Well, it turns out that afternoon Ken had done a bit of a certain white powder, but I guess it was laced with God knows what and caused a bit of a temporary psychotic break. My face, tooth, and well-being took the brunt of it, I guess, and I found this out later. At that point, obviously I called the law and got Ken taken away, and then I went to the hospital, got checked out, treated, and stayed with friends. Obviously, I realized something had gone seriously wrong with Ken and he wasn't behaving normally. I found out that what had likely happened, though, some friends of mine who'd bought some from the poopity-doopity-schnoopity. Mischievous Frau, oh mischievous Frau. Chippish. I'm feeling a bit peckish. I wonder if that's like what birds say whenever they're eating from a bird feeder. Oh, I'm feeling a bit peckish. Oh, delicious. I'm feeling a bit more peckish. Oh, delicious. Oh, rather peckish right now. All right. I found out what had likely happened through some friends of mine who'd brought I'd found out what had likely happened through some friends of mine who'd bought from the same dealer as Ken and had been told that the drugs had been contaminated. I decided to drop any charges against him if he paid for my tooth replacement and then kept the hell away from me. And yes, Ken didn't mean to go that far, but it was his choice to partake in the nose candy, and he still had that kind of violence deep within him. While I don't hold any hatred in my heart for him, I simply couldn't ever feel comfortable around him again, and I severely hope that wherever he is now, he isn't endangering anyone else. Shout out to Roki for the intro, or outro. Hey, I can do that. Google Docs. Thank you, Nicholas. Good to see you, dude. Mischievous Frogerson. Alright, dudes, we're gonna read the outro, get you guys out of here so you can sleep for the night. Impeccable. Yeah, that's a good point. My peckish attitude is impeccable. What should we say, Roki? I think you've earned an outro. Oh, alright, guys. Hey, friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can... And check out the Let's Read podcast, or you can hear all the stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And... where's Roki at? Mike at random and funny. Okay. Remember, mischievous frogs. Big thanks to Sweet Soul that gifted me subscription. Going to have a great day. Hell yeah, dude. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Think of something random and funny for old Roki. Yeah, what day is it? Oh, Sunday, Tuesday. So yeah, Twisted History about Wednesday. I got that shit memorized, bro. Oddly enough, I don't even know if I could say it off the cuff, even though I've said it so many times. If I just had to like think it in my head, I feel like I would still forget it. There we go. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, we're all going to eat you, Roki. We're all going to eat you, Roki. Alright, dudes. My gosh. Thank you so much again for hanging out, being awesome. And thank you guys for checking out the Ballin Studios exclusive A Twist of History anywhere you listen to podcasts. Much love, appreciate you, and always happy to hear your feedback on it too. What do you think about my performance? What do you think about the stories? What do you think about all that stuff? So please let me know. But I will go ahead and get these stories about bad friends over up on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Otherwise, if you got gifted a membership tonight, please go check out the bonus content if you need something to listen to. There's lots of good stuff over on that playlist. You can find that in the playlist section. And yeah, love, appreciate you guys. I'll be back streaming Wednesday nights, so same time, same place. We'll see you then. Otherwise, the YouTube video will be out tonight at 9 p.m. EST. Please watch it right when it comes out. It does help me quite a bit to get it out to new people. And hopefully we'll get the ad situation figured out. Good night, my sweet angels. Bye-bye.